Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. Before we get to the first submission in the queue, which will come today from Glitch9700, we're going to take a quick look at a warm-up level just to make sure systems are working, particularly our ever-finicky audio. This is going to be Housekeeper Mario, a level by Persia, who's a creator from South Korea that we've shown off on a stream a few times before. A level from May, here Goomba hired Mario as a housekeeper. Enjoy. And Blue Blur, welcome as well. Okay, so here's the house where we've apparently been hired as housekeeper. Really nice little clock, I think, on the face of the house. Seems to be quite a fancy mansion. MP Kelvin, thank you for the submission. So, baby care. I guess that's what we're hired to do. The Goomba being the one that's telling us to do it. Okay, I get it. And so we have to take care of the baby Goomba. Presumably, I need to not let it bounce. Oh, I see. Okay, so we just need to bounce the baby. I think that's what's going on here. And thank you, Blue Blur, for the submission, and welcome Meng as well. So yeah, we need to not let this touch the ground, so this will be on some kind of timer until we get the key. So we're just bouncing the baby, because that's what we're hired to do. And Kavik, yeah, we can do that. And I'll be able to get that to you soon. Okay, so we've got the key. Let's proceed. And yeah, Kavik, I'll be doing that with the new version that I have not looked at yet, obviously. Okay, so I guess we're supposed to put mushrooms in the oven, and we give them all a bake. And let's go. And Meng, thank you for submitting your new maker code. Alright, so far the Goomba approves of the job that we've been doing. And so now we need to do both. We need to take care of the baby and make the mushroom cake. Easy. Much easier than in real life, actually. Washing. Okay, let's do some washing. And at Netcat, you played it a while back. Yeah, Netcat, it seemed like the kind of level that you would know about. And for the washing, I guess we just destroy everything here. So none of it can land on the P-switch below. Or on a note block that triggers the P-switch, rather. That was in a pot over a stove, exactly. Now I guess you probably need to do all three. Yes, you do. Boss time, baby care, mushroom cake. I totally missed the washing on the right side. Okay, let's do it again. Baby care, mushroom. Oh, mushroom went up the track. That's okay. Mushroom can probably have a... Oh, I missed the leaf. I'm looking at the mushrooms, and I don't think the baking is time-sensitive, at least. I think you can take your time putting the mushrooms in the cooker over the stove. Which is good, because otherwise we'd be in big trouble here. Okay, washing is done. I need to keep bouncing the baby. Nope, too late. And we've been scolded for a very poor job. Yeah, Glitch, I'll send you the code for this after I've completed it. And Troy, welcome back. I pronounced it correctly this time. It is, in fact, Troy. Okay. There we go. Oven is going to be done. Now we've got the baby bouncing and everything is set. And we get paid. And also, we keep the Tanuki leaf, so we're going to fly up for the bonus round. No, just a bonus coin and perhaps a bonus round. And a question block to the left as well. We'll see what this is all about. Secret, okay. I guess the secret just gives us... Oh, power-ups. We probably shouldn't have taken the flower, because now I can't see what's tucked behind that question block, but that's okay. And Nungukaza, welcome. I wouldn't say the gang's all here, but a decent number of people have shown up already. You'll want to get in quickly, because today I'm planning to run a slightly shorter queue than usual, partly because I got started a bit late, but partly because this will, like last week, be a bit of a double stream, where I will have a few levels from a set list to play at the end. Since Glitch was curious, let me just type the code in the chat so you don't miss it. This is the housekeeper level that we just played. Let's get on with the queue. And Blue Blur, you've been waiting all day for the stream. Yeah, we're usually a little bit more punctual. We had a few delays today, and I had to get going about 20 minutes late, but we try not to do that too often. Anyway, I hope it's worth the wait. We're going to begin with Glitch's code. And like Glitch was saying, we've played a lot of these levels before, so we'll just scroll down the list for something appropriate. Welcome back, Monokuma. Looking forward to even more Punch-Out! Unless, of course, you want us to do something else, but probably more Punch-Out! Okay, so we had played the early version of Antivator. We can go back to it if you want, but I'll also see what else we can choose from. We had played the early version of this one as well. And Gladiator Run is a Maker 1 remake. So I don't know if you have a particular preference, Glitch. Anything old that I didn't do? Okay. P-Flight Panic. Thank you for 1,000 likes. Let's do P-Flight Panic, and we'll start with number 1. Since this is a connected series as well, maybe we can eventually look at both. And we'll get a bit of P-Balloon practice in before we hit whatever Nungukaza is working on. Whether it's hot garbage or something completely different. There is no bathroom. Hold your pee until the end of the flight. Let's do it. Reach the goal as Balloon Mario. Okay, here we are. And we have a ship. I should have considered what happens if you fly under the ship. I'm going to check it anyway, just in case. Just totally out of curiosity. It might be blocked, but we don't know that, so let's check. It is blocked, okay. I think. Yeah, looks like it. With the airship theme camera bomb, it's always a little bit difficult to tell, but I think it is walled off all the way to the bottom, so... Back here we go. There is a fire flower on top of the pipe, which looks also like a bit of an exit pipe. Nope, we just continue here. Yeah, nice ship. Whoops. Okay, we lost a P-Balloon, but we can grab the fire flower, and I guess we continue from... Oh, it's a timed challenge, okay. Too busy not paying attention to the timer. Alright, 60 seconds. Let's take that seriously this time. And would probably want to dodge the flowers because that would prevent me from going further in certain locations, I think. Whoops. Nope. But that's okay, we can check it. Well, no, we do need a P-Balloon as a clear condition. I just want to see what's ahead, just to scout, since we can do that on this attempt. Looks like we will need to restart unless there is a P-Balloon near the end, so... yeah, we'll just take a look and see how any of this works. Because you can actually traverse this, it's just that without the P-Balloon and without any location to regain it, looks like the clear condition will not happen. Particularly with locations like this one, where you would need a bullet and where you won't get one. So let's start over. And yeah, Glitch, I sort of expected that you would just have one shot with the balloon over here, so the flowers are mainly there to be avoided. And we'll keep that in mind. Okay, up we go. And back down. And back up. Okay. Here we are. Okay. 15 seconds. We may be a little bit off, not really flying very accurately. 9 seconds. Clearly it looks fairly relaxed though, so... Whoops. Okay, right here at the end. That's okay, at least we know how long it is now, and we know that that's how tightly that would have gone. I think I might have run over time if I had slowed down the way I needed to at the end. So yeah, let's go back. Try this without getting hit. Okay, here we are. And up we go. Okay, and back down. Now, let's, oops, probably didn't want to get slowed down that much. 15-second mark at around this location again. That seems to be relatively on pace with how we were doing previously, even with that big slowdown that we just experienced. Nope. Yeah, bit of a tight location here. We'll just have to redo it. Yes, I completely expect, Troy, that Nuku Kaza will have the world record on this by the time I'm even out of this level. I mean, Antinode is no slouch either, though. Antinode, I think, currently has the world record and is, I believe, also somebody who knows P-balloons. Yeah, as Nuku Kaza was just saying, I've seen Antinode's name, in fact, on a couple of Nuku Kaza's levels before, and that's why I know that they have some P-ballooning behind them. Okay. Let's do this once again. I can. Nope, thought I could pass over. I probably could have if I were a little more accurate about it. And yeah, Glitch, the timing is just fine for my purposes. I know the clear rate is at around, what, at 3% or so? That's fine. The timer is within reach for me, and that, the purpose of this stream, is what matters. Okay. Let's maybe not try to do it the risky way, like I did previously. Okay. And onward. Oop, nope. Didn't even see the wall. Miss Yarrow, welcome. Good to see you here. And down we go. Okay. Let's go down. Wrap around. And make another attempt at this. And okay. Through we go. Not doing too well for time. Oh, same mistake. It's okay if we beat the bullets coming in here and don't get trapped by them. I'm actually a little behind my previous time here. I was previously turning that corner at around 15 seconds. This was, once again, a bit behind. What's the kind of level that doesn't typically have a boss fight, but would be interesting to have one? A one-screen puzzle. I'll see if I can think of a better answer than that, but... I mean, I guess technically, Glitch, you did make that collaboration with Grokowski that, while not quite a one-screen puzzle, was a Boss Plus puzzle. So you have done that before. Maybe I should give you a new challenge then, something that would be in a different category entirely. How about an auto level? Precision, Troy, please don't suggest that. But, well, I mean, you can if you want, but I don't see why you would. I'm way behind time this time in this segment here, losing about 5 seconds off my best effort in that zone. Yeah, we're not going to be close. We're going to time out like crazy. Let's try it again. You see an auto boss fight? Yeah, I would think that auto everything exists in some form. Yeah, nope. Okay. Now we continue. But yeah, Glitch, I'll think about that question and see if we can think of something really unorthodox. I feel like I've seen bosses in just about every context, so... I don't know if we can find something that really hasn't been explored at all. Nope, same thing here. I don't know why I have so much trouble visualizing that wall, but that was a bad attempt anyway. And yeah, SRO Bang, pretty simple. I alternate between sub next and next, but I do it somewhat flexibly to account for anything like repeats or any other manual adjustments we need to make. Now let's proceed. Whoops. Nope. You did it with blue platforms and infinite power-ups. Yeah, Glitch, the one where you circle around that one screen. Also in the airship theme, now that I think back to it. That one was quite interesting, in fact. I mean, I've seen some platforming levels that sort of work like that, but definitely not boss fights that work like that, and so... it's kind of nice to see that in action. Not gonna squeeze through there. Okay, let's not choke at the parts at the bottom here, like I've been doing a few times in a row. Okay, close to par with one of my better times here as we round this corner. And let's boost. And let's go. 0 seconds on the clock. And Antinode didn't optimize the world record. Looking forward to seeing what Nugu Kaza's time in just a moment. And yeah, I'm not shaving 7 seconds or anything close to it, but that was quick. You got that done really fast without really even any advanced practice, apart from the tons and tons of practice you have innately mastered with the P-Balloon as an item in general. So, well done, Nugu Kaza, doing that in the span of time that I was playing this myself. Nope, no surprise, but well done. Okay, since Glitch was a sub, we'll just go straight down next for the next submission. And that's going to be MP Kelvin, who just said GG, so I know you're here. Thank you for checking in. We will put in 9GT, 9LD, 4QF. Okay, so MP Kelvin, let me know if you have a particular suggestion or anything that you want. Okay, a submerged castle. Let's look for it. Submerged castle is right here. Standard and boss battle. The full experience available in your world. For now, though, we'll just play this one as a standalone. Yeah, those yellow pipes spawning the flowers were hard to see and sniped you several times. You still got it done quickly. Okay, so a trick here is to not be stun locked. I wonder about this 10 coin here, whether there is something bracing this location. Yes, there is, of course. And that's why it's a submerged castle. 10 coin also shows you that this is going to be one of those levels that uses this particular gimmick. Let's maybe not be too impatient here. Let's also get through this quickly enough to not run into the usual problem I do in Super Mario World Castle, which is Twitch muting my stream. But, whoops. Yeah, 1 coin there, obviously. We can't just run off. Glitch, what's an underused power-up apart from the Goomba hat? I know you've worked with Goomba Hat before. I still think the Goomba Hat is generally underused, considering how powerful it is. The first thing I did when I saw the 3.0 patch come in, as some of you know, was I made a Goomba Hat boss fight. And it was a Goomba Hat level that had a couple of other things going on too, but I'm proudest of the Goomba boss. You have more plans for it as well. Other underused power-ups. There are some power-ups where people do use them, but they seem to use them for some pretty constricted purposes. Like the Super Ball, for instance. It looks like often a lot of Super Ball ideas come down to a few of the same tricks. We're not watching that timing very well. The saw is coming up and hitting me. Glitch, you can just get to my Maker ID. I didn't know you hadn't played that, actually. But, yeah, that was just made right at the launch of the patch. It's a pretty easy one to find on that list because I haven't published very many levels since then. Let's just wait here. And chill despite being in the fire. I wish to wear a penguin suit. Feels unfortunately lacking in this game. Yeah, there are definitely a few power-ups that I think are capable of a lot more than what people use them for. The hammer is definitely one. The frog suit, maybe. I feel like people haven't really explored everything with frog suit just yet. Definitely the hammer, though. And whoops. And yeah, Glitch, you did already make the Hammer series. And I know that because I do have vivid memories of being too late on certain vital hits. Just because of the very awkward Hammer cooldown time. That wind-up animation. Okay, so gradually this gets a little bit more complex. As you can see, because then you start having blades that are going to move off diagonal tracks and rise up slightly once you get into the next section over here. So let's just watch carefully where we are and what direction they're traveling in. I think you probably could have just run across that given the 1 tile separation, but let's hit checkpoint. Okay, here we are. Whoops. Didn't expect that it would just be the last 2 on the left that go in that location, but we'll just go back and try that one more time, and we'll also just... the bots are getting smarter. Let's just do one thing here very quickly. Here we go. Okay. Nope, still instinctively just trying to get back to that platform. And yeah, Troy, the bots are learning how to use white space. Soon they'll know how to open doors. Okay, stump goes down. We probably should have just run across directly here, again, for the one-tile gaps, but that's okay. Checkpoint 2, also this stuff over here. Yeah, thought we could probably do that. Let's not take our chances with this part in the middle here. Okay, this is neat. I've seen a couple of setups like this before, but it's nice to see, of course, that you go from the doubles to the singles, because by this point you're scrolling them in with unpredictable timings, depending on how fast a player is going, so it's nice to use singles, because otherwise having two side by side would have an unpredictable synchronization, depending on how you're traveling. So everything on the tracks is loaded just fine, though, so... probably should have done a spin on that. That looks like it's on a cloud. These are definitely on a cloud. Whoops. Looks like the idea here is to safely touch the coins at the top. But we'll go back and see if that's actually going to be the case. Yeah, Super Ball does have the same problem as the hammer, which is just the item itself is inherently awkward due to the wind-up time, but it's one of those things where I think people get locked into a certain kind of thinking with it, where they only think about it in terms of interactions like the deflection, and not what else they could do with it. Okay. But yeah, there are other things you could probably use as well. Nope, too late. Okay, here we are. I feel like the P-Balloon has kind of been a real surprise in terms of how much mileage people have gotten out of it. Not just Nuka Kaza, but, you know, people designing around a P-Balloon in general. I think when it launched, it was something that struck me as one of the less exciting additions in that patch. Partly because there was so much else going on. But the P-Balloon has actually turned out to be one of the items with the most variety when it comes to giving you something to work with design-wise. Yeah, I guess I must have landed there out of the spin on the bridge, but still within that hitbox. Let's try to fix that up. So as you can see, the upper segment is just out of reach in terms of landing, but just within reach in terms of collecting the coins, and so you just need to bounce onto spike balls as they go back and forth. Reach the top segment, and you are okay. And Mang is making a P-Balloon level right now. That's going to have all kinds of interesting momentum trickery, I'm sure. Let's remember to grab the mushroom this time. Okay. Let's not take our chances here. Jump. And go. Maybe not like that. We'll probably just aim for the coins that we know are a consistently stable surface. Okay. Up we go. And here we are. And here we are. Okay, not too bad as long as you strategize and don't do the thing I just did. Just watch this pattern in such a way that it allows you to do everything nice and carefully. And out we go. Fairly simple. And that's the clear. And thank you for that one, MP Kelvin. And thank you to chat for all of the GGs. And so, yeah, that was quite nice. A lot of variety around a central concept. The concept, of course, is one that I had seen in a couple of other styles of levels before. I think I was introduced to this sort of lava interaction in terms of being able to sink just low enough to look like your feet should be toasted in some puzzle levels and some other things that people had shown me, but it was kind of nice to see it all unified in this traditional-ish castle that is apparently a part of your super world. So, okay, let me just check what's going on here in terms of priority. Glitch, I think you're the only active sub right now. I know you usually have to go quickly, but because you're a repeat, I am just going to go down the list first for just a little bit, okay? But if you really need to desperately go or something, we might be able to pull you in. But for now, we'll just go down next. The blue blur is here, having just said GG. And yeah, Glitch, we'll see how the levels go, and hopefully we'll pull that in. And if not, you know where to find me. Jumping through space. No clears on this level from December, but also very few plays, so people haven't really been trying it. The description is telling me to carry the first POW until POW jump, which is concerning because of the requirement to do a POW jump. And at the end it gets hard. Let's see it. Ms. Yarrow, thank you for submitting Habitant Melis. And okay, so we can jump on top of the POWs. The timings here are going to be slightly different. Oh, that's going to be an issue. Maybe we need to reset through the doors just to get all the pipes to spawn in all at the same time. Let's try it. Yeah, because then that's synchronized. Ideally, you want things like that to work on the first try. And I see that you do need to be quick enough to catch the POWs on the right side with your only opportunity. Let's not go that fast, obviously. First clear hype? Well, we'll see. We'll see if that can happen. Okay. Too soon still. But the POWs down to right are spawning in really quickly. So it's always going to be within that 3-block radius of the camera. I am kind of counting tiles here to see how things will go. Yeah, you have to be really quick. Unless you just do... Whoops. I was about to do that and just hop over right away. We'll see if we can make it work. Nope, still missing the jump on the second input there. The timing was probably fine. Okay. Jumping too high there. That was the right idea. Interestingly enough, I probably could have just dropped my POW and stacked it. But it's, I think, likely to be required past the door if my understanding of the description is correct. So, let's try it again. Nope, slid right over. I technically can't lower the clear rate. Yeah, that's good news. Still sliding off, in spite of standing there, so we do need to correct for that somehow. It's still sliding way off. Probably because I'm not accounting for the fact that the POWs are going down, and that's affecting my ability to land on them nice and firmly. But we'll see if we can do it. Nope. Yeah, despite synchronizing the POWs, I think going through the doors actually makes this slightly harder, because you don't start with momentum, and the spawn range of the final stack here by the door is still going to be a bit of an issue. Yeah, as you can see, the issue is that I'm coming in through the side, and that's pushing right through the POWs. Having some control issues here as well. Whoops. Yeah, I think the timings here are a little bit rough because they are dependent on the player's position relative to the camera. Particularly with the inconsistency of behavior between when you start from the start and when you start from the door. But that's okay, we got it. We have to be pretty quick about it, I'm sure. I was trying to do a P-jump there, but the timing was slightly off given that I was holding the POW. Just didn't have a good firm tap on the button. Okay, nice short jumps will partly do the trick. Oh, nope, didn't want to end up like that. Yeah, we'll see. My P-jump timing is a little bit off when I'm hitting it with the base of my thumb, just given that we do have an item grab going on at the same time. Usually with P-jumps, I'm used to just releasing and tapping. And that option will not be available to me here. Nope, not quite. And of course, given that we have no clears in this currently, I also don't have a good sense of how much there will be to deal with. Given that I didn't look at the time on the previous screen or anything. Yeah, still a little bit late on the P-jump here. Nope. P-jumps are fairly easy in this game. They're usually not a problem for me at all, but I am slipping a little bit here. Just given that I'm handling the item grab at the same time. I wonder if I could have gone right over that P, in fact. Instead of hitting that second one. Oh, whoops. Nope. Okay, here we are. I'm looking at this and thinking about how the design could be improved in such a way that this doesn't happen, like the way you push the house out of the way. But again, I think it's one of those instances where you've clearly placed them beside each other in the editor, but then it's the differential timing of when they spawn in that's introduced by when you scroll the camera over that creates this problem. If all the POWs were stacked together side by side, for instance, without that small diagonal that's introduced by the camera scroll, so if they were within camera spawn range right from the start of that section, then you don't have that issue of crashing against them from the side. You can actually land on the platform cleanly. It's one of those things that looks one way in the editor and behaves another way when you actually play through it. And that kind of thing is always worth polishing up, I think. And yeah, the central interaction is fun. It's just that there are definitely, I think, some things that would improve from designing around the school a little bit better. Hey, we have a Scrabble raid. Let's give a quick shout out to the Truth Main, who is somebody who is usually streaming Scrabble and has brought in a whole bunch of other word experts today. I hope everything has been going well with laddering on Wiggles and whatever else you're doing. Not better than we're doing here, where we're still crashing into POW blocks all the time. And yeah, Truthman, let me know how the stream was, whether you were doing Aerolith or Smog or just some pickup matches on Wiggles, or how everything was going. Yeah, we're doing decently over here. Had a bit of a late start today, but the stream seems to be in order. Playing some regular Wiggles matches. Okay, yeah, I know you'd been climbing steadily up to 1800 or so, I think is the next benchmark. So best of luck with that. Yeah, still missing the P jump over here. And judging by the positioning of the next two POWs after that, I probably won't be able to do that without doing the P jump in between. Ah, you got there, plummeted, and you're trying to get back, yeah. I mean, protect your weak side, yeah, that's typically good advice for most circumstances. Okay, up we go. And that's a miss. This, surprisingly, would have still gotten me over because the POWs in the last stack had not yet spawned. It's just that the second consecutive P jump there is introducing a bit of a control issue. So yeah, backing up a little bit on that central POW as we go through the door is helping a bit with the positioning. Yeah, still late on the P jump. I think it's late, I don't think it's early. But again, it's just the responsiveness of trying to hit with the base of your thumb. Just so you can keep the POW intact here. Whoops, that's a mistake. Didn't want to let go there. Although, as you can see, letting go there did help me a little bit with the P-jump execution. And that's going to sink into the abyss. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, just need to anticipate that a little bit, and then we are through this door here. Oh, didn't expect that first bounce. Yeah, the first bounce, not reacting to it properly, did throw me off, and that meant everything in the first screen there sank a little too quickly for me to deal with. XD Christian, thank you for whatever you submitted. There we go. Having the P timing cleaned up is going to improve this quite a bit. Yeah. I don't think there's much reaction time here for the player to hold jump into that first bounce on the trampoline. I think it is a bit of a surprise, unfortunately. Because if you don't hit the first bounce, then everything in that first screen is just going to sink way too low. And so it looks like there's an expectation there that the player sees that coming and holds jump as they go through the door. And I just don't think anybody is going to know that going in blind, so if you ever do a revision of this, I'd definitely try to make that landing a bit more gentle when you come out of the mid-air door on that side. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I mean, currently I don't know how close I am to the end, of course. And the early segments do at least go down pretty cleanly once you've consistently cleaned up certain timings like this one and this one. Whoops. Anticipated that too early this time. And sliding through once again. Yeah, one way to get around this problem of having the POWs drop unevenly once you get out of the original camera position is to use things like on-off switches, or indeed these P switches. So you can synchronize the blocks that are in play, the POW blocks that are in play, when they're already within the camera spawning range, but then you have some kind of consistent player-activated trigger that is perhaps by position or by some other activation that does manage to drop them all at once you've guaranteed that they've been spawned. Because I think that's the biggest thing this level can use, is just a bit more consistency when it comes to when things are within camera range. And so Blue Blur, I don't know how well you know the camera spawning rules in this game, but when you're cleaning up concepts like this one, they're quite important to know. Basically, if the objects are just put in midair in the maker here, or they're just kind of standing by themselves, they load in and they don't exist until they're within a 3-tile boundary of what the player sees. And yeah, Troy, it's kind of nice in certain setups, like that one with the big vertical stack in the middle looks kind of neat. But in certain locations, like sliding through the POWs on this diagonal, it does introduce a couple of gameplay issues. In some places it looks nice, that's for sure. Particularly in places where you're fairly able to guarantee how fast a player is going to go and when things are going to spawn. And yeah, Blue Blur, you can do a lot with camera and switch mechanisms to make them synchronize. It's a little bit hard for me to just describe that in words while I'm in the middle of playing the level. Whoops. Tossing that POW with forward momentum, not exactly what we're going for here. So there are a couple of things you can do. If objects are meant to be together, what you can also do is you can make sure they all spawn on the same column and then just reposition them with something like a track. But the switch-based method is also one that works. You can also load them well in advance and just move them forward with a conveyor or something that gets ahead of the player. But the fundamental rule you have to remember is that the object does not yet exist in-game until it's within 3 tiles. And Teramis, welcome. It does add a little bit of extra difficulty. In some cases, it actually helps you a little bit if you fall behind and you can actually catch up, as with the P-switch segment here. I just find that with this sliding interaction as you try to go through the door, like that's something that really looks like it's not behaving as intended. So. Yeah, as I said, the central platforming idea is fun. It's just that a lot of the timing could definitely use polish just to have a bit more consistency. And you can see it's kind of the same thing with the pipes up front as well, that they are behaving differently because your opening section is actually slightly too wide. One of the things that would make this room work a lot better, in fact, is if you had condensed it all onto one screen to begin with. Or one screen plus 3 tiles, perhaps. And Foundering, yeah, we just got a Scrabble raid from Truthmain. I would assume that all the other Scrabble people raided Truthmain, and they all just got funneled to me. So we have Truthmain to thank for that, as well as whoever else was on today. So yeah, welcome, Foundering. Foundering, for those who don't know, is one of our crossover Scrabble and Mario Maker people, and is also a really great musician who mostly runs a music stream when not playing word games or submitting levels here. Oh, and Newton Knits, welcome as well. Okay, let's see here. And yeah, so far just trying to make our way through this thing slowly. Whoops. just occasionally sliding and crashing into the wall.
Sploosh.
And thank you for the follow. And yeah, Troy, glad you enjoy the Scrabble emotes, be it mine or the other ones that are present from some of the other channels that have decided to all collapse into this one today. As Foundering has just amply demonstrated. And in fact, Troy, the credit for the Scrabble emote goes to Lecter, who is also the person who has been primarily in charge of doing the videos and animations for 5YMM. So if you've been watching the 5YMM trailers with the papercraft animations, that is also Lecter's handiwork. And so yeah, he put together that GG emote for me while he was actually just in the process of preparing a lot of the 5YM filmmaking as well, so I guess there's some recognizable similarity in the style. Okay, there we go. Still anticipating that one a little bit early. And yeah, Troy, we've had a lot of Scrabble people over the past year who are still either active on the competitive scene or new to it. Try to take it into streaming content. That's really something that's happened mostly over the past few months, although a few people have been kind of quietly doing it for about a year. So mainly we play on this platform. I think I have a command for it. There we go. And so that was something that was newly developed and officially launched last October. So Woogles is where we play now. It's a free web-based platform. No ads, no paid membership, nothing like that. And it has some really great features that are designed specifically with kind of modern online needs in mind, particularly for streamers. And so yeah, lately that's become a very active platform among people who are also in a very similar position as you, especially with a lot of people not being able to play during the pandemic. So yeah, if you have a bit of a formerly competitive background, or if you just want a platform to play casually, that's currently where the action is. And I usually stream there roughly once a week as well, sometimes more, when I'm not doing Mario Maker content. And yeah, I also was away from Scrabble for quite a long time, but I found it easy to pick up again, and I think I'm over my previous peak at this point. Partly from just exposure to better players and, you know, learning things that I hadn't formerly really paid much attention to. Okay, Blue Blur, we are stalling a little bit in terms of progress in this level. We'll try to get a little bit further on it since First Clear, after all, was available and we had made it past some of these early sections. I just need to remember, of course, holding jump into one of the doors that's coming up so we land on a trampoline gracefully. We'll give it a few more tries, at least. And if we don't finish it, you are welcome to resubmit it again at some point. Or if you eventually revise this one, I certainly take a look at multiple versions as well. If people are playtesting something that's they're actively developing. I know this one was from a few months ago, though, from what I saw, so if you're done with it, that's fair as well. There we are. And, oh, try to hold jump into that, and that's not enough. I actually do need a small bounce and a jump then, I think. Yeah, really hard to see what to do with that trampoline blind, so we'll try to make at least one more good attempt to get to that, and then we'll see. And yeah, Troy, I think that is the obstacle that a lot of people run into if they try to study some of the basics of the game, that there is this very sharp division between people who want to play that way and people at home who don't. But then that's what the competitive scene is for. In fact, a lot of people who have started picking up Scrabble again online or through the small but burgeoning streaming community in recent months, a lot of them have never played in over-the-board tournaments. But they're being exposed to some of the best over-the-board players through some of the streaming content that exists, because there are some people who are really good at this game and are former champions of this and that. You know, people who are kind of top 5 or top 10 in their continent, who have gotten broadcasts up and running and have made the game kind of newly approachable to people who are interested in playing in a more serious context. Yeah, Blue Blur, I'm going to take a look at the layout to see how much we had left. I'm kind of curious how far we got. I think we may bail on it at this point, but yeah, as we can see, we're actually halfway through. The second section just requires you to jump off the spring accurately and then follow those stacks over. So we were doing fine for the most part. It's just that there were some minor issues that we had with camera consistency and with, you know, some of the diagonal positioning to sort out. So anyway, I'm willing to take a look at it again at some other point if you want to resubmit it. But today we'll probably just set it aside for now. And who knows, maybe the first clear will still be available the next time we see it. So thank you for that, Blue Blur. But let's get on with the queue. Oh, Glitch said they had to leave anyway. Okay, so that's fine. Let's just go straight down the list to whatever's next. Next is going to be Mang. Mang with the new secondary account, having filled up the previous one multiple times over. Mang, I assume you actually are here. Or Yogurt Hose. Let me just check here. And of course you are. So for those of you who haven't seen this yet, Mang now does have a second account. You should definitely follow it if you like the kind of content that Mang69 with those glasses acting as this incredibly crafty disguise to conceal your real identity. What Mang has brought to the table this time. So this is Yes Petal Pond. Kavik, Mang is not at cap in the first account. There is some headroom remaining. And the headroom, as I understand it, was specifically left open in mind for certain levels that may be coming soon enough. But Mang can explain that for you. Nugukaza, yeah, you've got a bit of headroom on your main, but you're also branching out, yeah. I seem to remember that you had submitted some things from a secondary account as well, so... Let's take a look at Yes Petal Pond, which some of you may or may not recognize as a bit of a reference to a level by Paxman called No Petal Pond from last year's 4YMM. Quick left-right movement and turning on landing can cause issues which are apparently not your fault. Let's take a look. Okay, so getting on top of the spring is good. Getting in here will require me to... Well, it allows me to swim on the surface layer. I see what's going on. But we don't want to jump on a shell like that. We want to do what with the shell? I'm not... Probably set down the spring and then take the shell, I think. Except if we do a soft drop, that becomes an issue, doesn't it? Yeah, because you would just drop in completely. Alright, let's see what that's all about. Or, of course, this is Yes Petal Pond. We can always just pedal. No, you do need to hold an object. I'm just figuring out how to transfer over to the shell. And yeah, Mang, I think Nukaza was asking about the main account that you have. I have that written down somewhere as well. I mean, I can possibly dig it up. But if you want to fish that out, that would be great. Failing that, Nukaza, there is always the 5YMM website where Mang had a level in week 1, and so the code was there as well. Okay, so I haven't quite understood how to do this just yet. I think I might just bump into the shell and maybe re-grab the spring as I go. Nope, don't want to do that. Yeah, let's rethink this. Quick left-right movement, something about that in the level description. Let's... Quick left-right movement, okay. Hey, let's try this, actually. No, let's not. Let's see here. Like quick left-right movement, like this? No. That can't be it. Okay, we'll figure this out, and then that will just be the central concept of the level that we'll eventually understand. Clearly, holding an object is going to be good. Maybe we just need to bump this, and then having bumped the shell, then we can just jump on top of the shell. That's actually fairly understandable. But we do need to take off from a grounded position in order to get the swimming animation to be aligned on the right column. And then we're going to miss the jump. But yeah, we can just do the jump, and that should be fine. That should have been obvious from the start, in fact. So let's just do that, and up we go. Onto the donut block, which we'll miss. But if we land there, then we can get into the paddling animation one more time. Yeah, really interesting edge case in terms of the swimming hitbox here. Whoops, shouldn't have turned around there. But yeah, we basically need to get into the dashing part of the animation and not jump because that will sink me. So I just need to stay on the water surface and not swim too far. Give this a nice light nudge. And miss. Because I'm not watching the track. Okay, let's try it once again. Okay, down we go. And then here's Revenge of the Grasshopper level. I feel like we can throw, but then I throw while holding up, which would be an up throw, but I'm in the water, so it should be a forward throw. No, it isn't. Okay. No, that's okay, actually, because an up throw here drops the spring, I jump over the spring, I make it to the other side. I don't think I need to carry it with me. Yeah, for those who don't know what I meant, Mang has a level called Grasshopper, where you hop on grass, where you stay just slightly off the ground the whole time by holding on to these vines that are peeking out, so that's why I thought that was a bit of a grasshopper moment, but as you can see, we are getting into issues now with being able to make that jump. Okay, so that's not the way to do it. You do want some kind of forward throw then, maybe. Or maybe just set it a little further, or we just do this and we'll think about that. So, something that we'll need to rethink over here. Whoops. Once again, let's not try to manage our speed and turn backwards. And let's not do that either. Jump out of water, throw and grab the vine. I was thinking about something like that so you could get it on the other side, but then you would need it some way to jump off the vine high enough to get over to Pokey. I think I can do that, but I wasn't quite clear given the Pokey height there. So we'll take a look, and we'll probably try something like that. It probably is that, in fact. Then we would need to head over, so let's build up a bit of speed over here. Yeah, there we go, that's good. That's good. And then we drop on this guy until it's partly in the water, and then we go right. That's neat. Very similar thing going on here with the thwomp in terms of dropping the donut block so we can realign ourselves on top. Nope, shouldn't have jumped there. And we shouldn't be changing directions so aggressively either. Bermuda Bacons, thank you for the submission. Whoops, no, let's not jump. Yeah, I instinctively correct my position sometimes, and that's not what we should be doing here. Okay, light tap. And then we continue. And that shows you how the interaction works with the donut block. Nope, let's not do that. And let's try to recover gracefully if that does in fact happen. Over we go. Slide in there gently. And yeah, build up some speed. And yeah, we just need to hold right as soon as the donut makes contact with the water's surface. That should give me enough lift to work with here. And over we go. Okay, the thwomp is going to drop that, and then we go like this. Stop without adjusting my position too much. We drop this and wrap around over here. Now we have a slightly trickier target. But we're going to land very elegantly. Whoops, I wanted to jump over onto the other side and then sink out of that one as well. And that's okay. The platform is wide enough that we can probably do that cleanly, as long as I remember to jump. And, okay, up we go. And forward. Okay, that's going to work, even if we were slipping off the donut slightly. Everything still functions just the way we want. Same with that, as long as we make the jump. Let's try it again. Up we go. Yeah, that's okay. We can still grab it. That's good enough for me. Oops. Here we are. Let's let the thwomp dispense the donuts once more. You need to back down here a little bit. Wonder if there is some fast speedrun first cycle timing on that wiggler. We're not going to try it, of course, but I do know from experience that Meng does tend to build for speed. And does accommodate people who are trying to optimize these things, so we'll see if that's true here. Or we won't. One of the two. Okay. And yeah, judging by the first donut there, I think it's probably possible to go fast on this one. Let's wait for the next cycle. Down we go. Comes down very gently, and now we play for a bit of accuracy here. Nope, too late on that jump. Right before the checkpoint, too. So we'll hopefully get there soon enough. And Blue Blur is back, okay. Yeah, Blue Blur, don't know if you saw the end of the segment that I had with your level just now. We didn't manage to finish it. We got to the halfway point. But as I was saying earlier, you're perfectly welcome to resubmit that or something else if you want me to return to that at some point. Although I think it's one where the concept is fine, but there's enough that could use revising that I think it could be turned into a much better level if you want to return to that concept eventually. Okay, here we go. Yeah, still hedging a little bit on that jump because I'm not accounting for how quickly the platforming is falling there, so let's try to make that adjustment a little bit better. Very satisfying to land on a donut block. Yeah, I still don't quite know what the rule is in terms of when you make contact when you turn around. The description said something about when you turn around too quickly. Or was it too slowly? One of the two. But it does seem like it's when I turn around too quickly that I do take damage from a bit of a sink in the animation. When I take my time and stall, there isn't so much of an issue. Whoops, that was just a miss. Okay, let's tap this and proceed. Everything here is fine. Wait for the thwomp. Next one. Feels like we can get a much better cycle. Too soon. In terms of sliding off the donut blocks. I usually don't land on the donuts that high. That was the problem there that we need to adjust around. Okay, let's go up. And Thwomp is going to stomp on all that. And we're going to miss once again. That's okay, we've seen everything up to the checkpoint at this point. I know how to do it. We just need to fix a timing issue around the blue flimsy lift at the end. And here we are. Okay. Wasn't sure about turning left to right on top of the donut block there, in terms of whether that would be safe, but it is. It's just fine. Once again, let's not turn too quickly. I'm glad that jumping on the bottom there when the Wiggler is grounded is still safe, remarkably. Okay, that was a perilous landing, but we got it. No, we still need either a quicker jump or just a straight run across. I think it's just a straight run across. We just need to jump on that platform going towards the right side. I don't have time to jump on top there, given how quickly the platform falls as soon as I make contact, so we had not really been taking the right approach. And we'll fix that. Okay, that's going to go down. Whoops. Have this once again. And up we go. Yeah, just didn't get the cling accurately that time. We'll fix that. That's a fairly easy thing to adjust. And forward. Nope. That was a very unfortunate slip. Doesn't happen all the time. Okay, once again. Grasshopper over. And here we are. Okay, that was rather close, but we made it. Okay. Yeah, I was hitting that most of the time. That time I knew on my way down that was unlikely to happen, but... It's particularly nice to hit that target, though. Just given how quickly it's moving. And how much time you spend in the air adjusting towards it. Okay, here we are. And back up we go, straight up to the donut block. And yeah, I assume, given the layout here, that this is being built on the top half of the level. Because otherwise, it would not be a fully connected ceiling up top unless you... well, yeah, it's built with the scroll lock that is just across the entire x-axis of the level. Let me see what to do with the spike ball here. I just need to jump over it and land back on a donut block. That's fairly simple, I think. And of course, I can swim ahead a little bit. If I land on a donut block, I can get off since I'm holding the spring. Let's go for the on-off switch first. I don't know if I can reach that. I think I might have to go donut first. Yeah, it is a normal level without scroll lock. That's what it meant. That's the scroll stop, rather, is going halfway all the way across the middle horizontal axis, right? Or that you just built on the top half, is what I'm saying. With the ice blocks down below. Like, you would have to be building this on the top screen. In order to not run into issues with running over the ceiling, right? So yeah. Well, I mean, we can look at that afterwards to check. I'm just trying to reason from what you're building. Oh, you just built on the bottom screen. Okay, that's interesting. So couldn't I have... no, because it's ground. It should still... lock fine. Okay, so it's just a normal half-screen level then. I wasn't quite sure. Yeah, no, actually, now I can tell because of the background art. If you're building on a top screen, you don't see the trunks of the trees the way you do here, so... Now that I look at the background art, I see that I was incorrect. Whoops. Just didn't do that jump accurately. I was expecting to jump right on top of that vine, and my positioning was completely off. You put a nice surprise there, okay. Yeah, because I was looking at that and thinking about reaching it earlier, and then I guess there is something up there. Yeah, because it was earlier in this section that I was looking at the spot where you could potentially reach the ceiling. But if you had only built on the bottom screen, I don't know what surprise that could be, but it's okay. Okay, good, we made it there. Nope, we needed to stay on the Wiggler a bit longer and wait for the donut to drop. Unfortunately, that means I was a little late in general because I would have needed more room on the scroll in order to stay on the Wiggler long enough for Donut Block to fall and catch me. That was okay. I managed to read a surprising amount of that on the first go, so... nope, that was a mistake. Didn't quite mean to do the up throw here. So yeah, let's try to get ahead of the scroll slightly then if we can. I mean, not like that. Over here, we are constrained by the donut's position on the track. And I can't get too far ahead. But we will try to do something after I get off the donut here and just try to move ahead quickly and smoothly. Nope. Once again, I don't know why I'm doing that. Because I'm trying to catch Divine, and so what's happening is that I'm pressing up to catch Divine, but I'm doing it too early before I properly release the trampoline, which I should be throwing ahead of me. That's okay. Let's go. And here we are. Catch this. Catch this. All fairly smooth. Well, wasn't expecting that big of a bounce because I didn't think I would hit the bumper. I was off the Wiggler a little bit, and that was the issue. I think in general I just didn't expect that large a bounce off the bumper anyway, so... That's okay, like I said, I like how readable that is. Everything up to that thwomp. You actually do have time to react to it. Even though my first time through I was taking too long and almost certainly dying to the auto-scroll if I hadn't just crashed into the water first. Landing myself in hot water, or at least spiky water. Okay, here we are. And forward. Here we go. Yeah, about that swamp. I guess I need to delay a little bit longer so I can get on that platform cleanly. Maybe. I wasn't quite reading the timing there correctly in terms of how to avoid that swamp. Whoops, just bounced right off the donut. Okay, here we are again. Bounce. And up. Nope, that was a mistake. I knew it was a mistake even as I was making that jump, but these things happen. Okay, down we go. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know why the jump failed there. That was maybe not the right adjustment. Let's try this again. And down. Nice of that wall to stop everything for me. Then we'll swim as quickly as we can again to get over here. And up we go. And Blue Blur, thank you for the request to switch to Luigi. We'll do that with the next attempt. I needed to jump on top of the Wiggler first, obviously. Not paying attention. We can take this moment to look at a desk screen, though, and see how I can read it differently. Jump on top of the Wiggler, and then I guess you need to get on that platform from underneath. Then something's going on with a P switch there, and I don't see a P, so we'll have to do that again to see what exactly is happening. I think I just needed to survive slightly longer on the Wiggler. Nope. Let's not restart. Getting pretty far there, though, so that's nice. Okay, there we go. Maybe didn't expect that bumper there, but we're back in sync. And over we go. Yeah, a little bit late there that time. 2 short bounces and a long bounce should usually be enough. 2 short bounces and a high bounce, I should say. There we go. Tap, tap. Yeah, the momentary tap on a donut feels quite responsive. Okay, there we are. Then this one is easy enough to read. Now we go up through here. Except we don't do that tiny little adjustment there because we know that we do, in fact, die to that. Once more. Nope. I was expecting to be out of the water at that time. That did not go as planned. Oops. There we are. It's okay, just muddling through this one, and we will hopefully get back to that late location with the Wiggler and the spike columns soon. Back down. Much cleaner than before. There we go, that was feeling a lot smoother than usual. We'll see if that's true of this block as well. Nope, I keep adjusting with the turnaround, and I really don't need to do that. I should just commit to the donut block and continue going forward at that point. I do have a habit of pulling back on my landings. And that is getting me into a bit of trouble here. Okay, here we are. Yeah, just too accustomed to making these little micro adjustments. Whoops. Mott your fault. Or mow your fault. One of the two. Yeah. Whoops. Told you they fixed it. I don't know how I let go of that one that time. That was very much unexpected. Slid off the button, I think. Still making that mistake. Just need to throw cleanly before I try to land on a vine. It is a very specific error. That should be easy to fix, as long as we're paying attention. Okay. Up we go. And back down. Wait for the thwomp. Now here is what we were having trouble with. Let's commit to the jump. When we land on that donut block, I pulled too far back in midair that time, so much for committing to the jump. I just didn't adjust for the speed accordingly. And yeah, Blue Blur, thank you for dropping by. I don't know yet if the stream will run next weekend. I might have next weekend off due to an outside conflict, but we do usually run viewer levels during this time slot every week. Next week might just be an exception, depending on how some scheduling issues get sorted out on my end. But yeah, if we do have to cancel next weekend's stream, we'll do some kind of extra session during the week, I think. Might be viewer levels, might be something else. Okay. This is going a bit cleaner for once. Womp comes over. Womp comes over. And there we go. Got that cleanly for once. Now, what do I do here? I'm still not really understanding that, I think. There's a P switch, or, well, P blocks that are blocking something up top. There's that middle section with the spikes, which I doubt I'll be able to land into accurately. Yeah, I just haven't really read the whole screen yet there, because we've been too busy failing at stuff like this. So... that's interesting. I think the implication is that I do need to drop the spring somewhere, and then... maybe pick it up again once I'm in the platform? I don't know. But I do need to drop the spring so I can land on top of it and get some kind of high bounce, right? But then how do I reclaim it to swim after that? Let's go back there and see. Yeah. Even Yoshi's questioning all this. If I just throw it, no, I wouldn't be able to make it under to the next checkpoint. I don't think so. Up we go. And forward like this. Okay, Plump goes here. That's a bad idea. We We won't be able to do that. No, yes we can, because if I align myself against the P blocks, I will be able to fall accurately. So the question is, can I actually make it that high? I need to push against the P blocks in order to fall into the center. Something that I only know because people occasionally send me precision levels where I have to do that. Which is not my way of thanking them. But we'll see if we can actually get enough of a bounce off that Wiggler to make things happen here. Nope. Really do need to commit to the jump. That was much too early. The spring figured it out before I did. Yeah, it did. But then the spring has been leading the way all this time and literally carrying me through this level. I'm carrying the spring, but the spring is equally carrying the player. As your little flotation device. No, because I was wondering about the way this was built and thinking, okay, there's definitely nothing on top of the P blocks, and I don't see a P switch, so I guess it is just a shiny way of marking that location. Also because I was just dying too quickly there, and I didn't get a chance to read it properly and think about it. Over. And over. There we go. Just needed to let go there. We probably don't want to do much there. That's a bad idea. I needed to do an up throw on top of the platform. Then we have key doors. Multiple key doors, in fact. We'll see what that's all about once we stop missing here. But yeah, I should be able to do the up throw. It is in fact fairly clean to do the up throw because that's a bad idea. And we knew it. We knew it. I was curious about the sound effect. Let's just explain it that way. Shiny thing goes oink. I mean, I'm sure you know from the death markers there just how many people fall for that. But you can add +1 to that for sure. A little heartbeat here, followed by a few key doors that we don't have to... Ah, Boom Boom, of course. Of course it's Boom Boom. We will need to land on top of the platforms every time we get off of Boom Boom so I can continue swimming. Not like that. I was trying to get on Boom Boom first, when Boom Boom is in the gap. Reebox, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. This is a very creative Boom Boom idea. I see that all 4 key doors are just there to give you alternative exits after you survive each jump, and you have a safety buffer of 1. Because each time you get off of Boom Boom, after bounce 1 and bounce 2, you need to get back into a swimming state. And thank you for the follow. So once you get back into the swimming state, you then go for jump 2 and jump 3, and then you should have 1 extra door left over. Also, due to the scroll, you can't just drag Boom Boom over to the 10 coin. Anyway, Boom Boom is at least going to suffer from a bit of drag here. We're in big trouble now because I got cornered. Let's not do that. Let's start Boom Boom from one side and move him gradually to the center. I like that there is a bit of strategy and planning involved in this. And RVAP, welcome. Yeah, let's start with the left platform and eliminate the platforms from left to right. That seems to be the best way to do it. Except we always need to be on the outside of Boom Boom. Like, we can't have Boom Boom obstructing us on our way over. So we need to do this, for instance. And this. And we need to not get bunched up in the wrong spot. And then I missed the door. Let's not miss this door. That's why we have a second chance. Fantastic, boss. which we'll get to see a second time. Such is our privilege on this stream. And yeah, Reeboks, the gang's all here. Well, the gang is partly here. But we do have quite a lot of excellent makers here, as we always do. Okay, let's get over here. Drag him steadily. Get in through here. And Mel64, welcome. And sure. Whatever this is about. Thank you for that, Mang. Or shall I say, Mang69. Showing us the first creation from your secret identity. Mail64, I think you may actually be getting in here with the sub privilege. So if you wanted to sub out Morton's Dusty Kennel with something else, you should do that soon, or I'll just bring up the next level first and then I'll get to you, since you just came in. But yeah, Mel, I don't know if that's a placeholder code or if it's something else, but if you still have a clear check coming, you should do it now. You're not ready? Yeah, tell me when you're ready, and I'll give you your sub-privilege and cash it in, but for now, we will go straight down the list. So for those of you who don't know about Mang's new account, add that to your follows, since I'm sure you don't necessarily have it dialed in already if you have just been playing regular Mang all this time and didn't know what was in store. Try, we'll take a look at this over here. This is a pretty funny me, actually, especially in that chicken nugget hat or whatever it is. It's very fitting as a costume. Arvamp, thank you for the submission. Anything newish? Troy, we may as well just look at plants and platforms and poison. Start jumping, keep jumping, jump some more, and that will allegedly be the goal. So yeah, just so folks are aware, I am planning to do a relatively early stream closure tonight, so probably sometime in the next 20 minutes or so. Might be after this level, might be after the next, but it will be somewhat soon. But then we will be continuing the stream after that to show off some of the things that I had written down and set aside. We actually did a level very much like this one yesterday. From Awesome Lamp. Same kind of idea, same theme. And so I have had a little bit of practice with this kind of thing specifically very recently, thankfully. So we get on top of the next platform. Up arrow indicates that there's going to be an on-off switch that we're going to hit before we drop through. Let's just correct for momentum on the blue platforms from time to time. So yeah, in theory, I should be warmed up for this. In practice, I'm not really, because as you can see, I'm a little bit too slow to get up top to hit that switch. So yeah, the faster we get up there, the better. Feels like most things here are solved by going fast. Yeah, I didn't quite see what I was landing into. I did get a chance to look at it, having scrolled it on screen, but I just didn't plan around that very well. Okay. And yeah, I have to react to some of this stuff on instinct, of course. And that's almost checkpoint. but I was a little bit out of position and off-center on that last platform, and so that didn't go quite as well as planned. But we'll try to fix that up. Down we go. Yeah, that series of platforms was maybe a bit of a surprise. The way they were popping up in those tracks, but we'll take it. Electro Dude, thank you for sending me a Samuel's code. We'll see what we can do with it. Yeah, this is quite swift. And trying to rush ahead a little too soon, as you can see there, but everything else with the timing seemed okay. I think I was still making decent time relative to the poison level. But we'll see soon enough if that actually is the case. Or if I'm taking too long on some of the platforms that I'm riding up in between. Nope, should be okay. As long as I do a lighter jump to get over to the pipe. And congratulations, Electro Dude, on hitting 100k. Didn't know you were doing... Oh, 100k points on the channel, I see, okay. I was thinking, there's no way you're at 100k maker points. I play your stuff often enough to know that's not true. Even though it perhaps should be true if they got the attention they deserved. Whoops. And yeah, Electro Dude is one of the reasons why I need to come up with some more channel point rewards for the high rollers here. Okay. Let's see. And Electro Dude, somebody had just pointed out to me yesterday that I don't have a follow age command set up, but I think it was Netcat who was asking about it. But anyway, you can always click on your name and find out, as you probably know. Too slow. So I do need to cut a few corners there. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not quite clear to me until that point that I am too slow. So we'll just need to go faster all around. I guess the 40-second timer here is mostly just to make the music go faster. And to tell me that it's a short level, because that would tell me what the clear check time is capped at. But because there is a checkpoint, the time shouldn't matter to me too much. Okay, this should be a little bit better. Yes, much, much better in terms of time. And then we will not make it over to second plant. Electro Dude, at that point we may just have to replace the redemption with an entire play. And yeah, that works out in terms of having that 40-second clock, if that's its purpose. Whoops. Reasonably clear to me that that's what's going on. Which is also why it's reassuring to see that checkpoint if you are somebody who notices the timer early. Because then you know that this is actually going to be somewhat relaxed, apart from the fact that, of course, all the platforming is somewhat time-sensitive. Thank you for the follow. And the one shot is kind of tight. Yeah, I would think so. Because I was watching the clock there, and coming out of the pipe, the time that I came out of the pipe, I was at 23 seconds and still had to get over to Piranhas at the end, so it looked like you had tuned this fairly evenly around about 20 and 20 on either side of the checkpoint. Yeah, let's fix up the initial jump here. I mean, I know I can do this segment. We've proven it in recent memory. We just need to show it off. Nope, too soon. Having a few too many corners now. But it's mostly just a matter of making nice short jumps when I'm going over the piranhas that are pointing up, I think. So I don't spend too much time in the air, falling back down. Okay, try it again. Okay, just barely out this time. Yeah, it is a bit of a surprise that the end of that second segment is tuned the way it is, simply because the poison seems to give you a lot more room ahead of time. But I think if you understand what kind of level this is, you know that something like that is coming. So thank you for the GGs. Pretty satisfying to clean that up at the end to fix the second half. Good old-fashioned platforming level, more or less. Yeah, RVamp, no worries. I know I run a long queue and that not everybody can stay. It is the !leave command, which you already typed in to drop out, but hopefully we'll see you around some more. And good luck with the projects that you need to do. Nugu Kaza, let's put into POW code and fly some P-balloons. If you are still floating around here in your P-balloon, which I assume is the case, but I'll just give you a moment to check in. And yeah, of course you are. And Bex Plays, indeed, first week of 5YMM was already released last Sunday. And the levels are fantastic. I do recommend them. Taking a look at them. Especially if you want some excuse to go back to streaming at Mario Maker at some point. Can't do much better than that. And yeah, it would be a fun time. I'd love to catch up on that if you do play them on stream. And yeah, the globally loaded music level by RBC, I think that's what BUE is probably talking about. That one was really well put together. I mean, they all were, but that one I think is going to astonish people who haven't seen music levels of that ambition before. I don't know if there's a particular suggestion that you have, Nugukaza. Anything is fine. You know that I'm likely to crash against some of the more precision-oriented stuff, but we'll make sure we do something new this time that isn't just a replay. Hey, let's do this one. That's an interesting sounding concept. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll loves the speedrun, while Mr. Hyde digs the precision. And when it comes to P-balloons, we have trouble with both of those things. But we'll see how this goes. BU. Okay, thank you for correcting me on that. BU. You be you. Okay. And yeah, hit the P-switch and we race it over. Let's see if the P-switch is already active going into the next segment here. If anything happens, nothing really. Unless, of course, we needed P-switch going into the next segment after that. Wow, okay, this is actually a fairly sizable multi-checkpoint level by the looks of it, with lots of different segments. Oh yeah, we just needed to push against the conveyor. I wasn't watching that. That's fine, let's get back there and do everything properly. Yeah, no, that whips the P-balloon off of you, so you do have a bit of a power-up check here as you go through the rooms that eventually get you back to checkpoint. Run straight across. Okay, coin 1. So, we're going to have the Hyde room, so Hyde is going to be precision, it seems. But thankfully not too demanding. I guess if you're making this kind of combination level, you do need to account for players that are going to be bad at either one, if not both. And yeah, we have a shared exit between these two rooms. No worries, Monokuma. We haven't gotten to Punch Out yet, so still some time to go. Okay, Dr. J is here in the overworld and is going to require us to go moderately fast to beat the P-switch gate here. Oh, whoops. Got stuffed by that ground block. And we are through. Okay. Yeah, this is something that is, I think, very accessible next to a lot of the elite level P-balloon stuff that is all over your profile. But a kind of nice gentle introduction to what you can do with a P-balloon in both of these styles. And, you know, with something around 3%, seems like the expert target was probably hit rather well. Let's not do that. That's going to be death. Yeah, I just need to align myself in there a little more accurately. Okay. Can't bump that. Let's just go... And, oh no, should have stayed on the bottom corner. I had plenty of time. I can't necessarily count on doing that every time, but... Also, yeah, we'll see how well I can align myself using these slopes. Or however this is going to work. Yeah, let's just head down here, dodge, and make it all the way up. Nope, not quite. Probably shouldn't have tried to rush that. I could have done it if I'd boosted a little faster, as long as I didn't hit the wall at the end, but I think it's better to be patient. Slightly. Okay. Yeah, the nice thing about the tuning of this one, too, is that I actually have a realistic chance of doing it in one sitting. It's not going to be Heptophobia Vanquisher here. Now, let's try to do this properly. At 30 coin is tantalizing, but we're not going to take that bait, because we would have to do the circuit twice. No, get out, get out. Hey, we're totally going to take that bait. We can do it. I've straightened out here, so. Okay. Bonus P-balloon content. Nugukaza has taught me well. Okay. Let's bump this. And drop. You learn some design choices through this level, yeah. Guess this was some time ago on your list. We've played a lot of stuff since. Cleared only a fraction of it, of course. But it's back to Dr. J for the next part of this segment. Yeah, I love how you've got the linear checkpoint system going in both worlds. I don't see that done very often, that people use the linear checkpoint system twice in one level, once in each subworld. Because this means that it is technically a fully linear course as you switch between the two. And here we are. You never seen anyone get that 30. Yeah, people in this game don't care nearly enough about optional content. I'm glad I got it then. I don't know if I'll get everyone looking at this one here, but we'll try to make it happen. I'm glad I kind of understand this conceptually, just from prior experience. Let's not do that. Let's go bottom left here and flow through it this way. There we go. Okay. Dangerous. But I'm going to align myself here. That should get me through. Here we are. Yeah, after playing, or rather attempting, some of your newer levels, it's kind of odd to just go into this one feeling like I'm almost well-practiced at flying this thing. Okay. But of course, this being a linear level, I assume that things get slightly more difficult as they go. Slightly more demanding, perhaps. But yes, still plenty of room to spare. And I guess the 30 coins there are for if you beat the piece which is extra fast. Then you can just take a bit of a jump there, a bit of a dip in room before, and grab the 30 coins that way. Okay, let's go around the pokey using the slopes. Nope. I do think I need to align myself towards the slopes and just push left. But I need to do so with slightly better timing. So, back to the linear checkpoint system. Mr. Hyde's half. And yeah, we'll just push gently without boosting. And I think that's going to be fine. This guy... Let's be careful here. That was not careful. Hey, look, we got a 30 coin. But we'll have to redo it. Okay, back in we go. And wait for the pokey. Here we are. And sure, this one's pretty accessible. Let's not do that. And we'll wait for the pokey and push gently as before. Okay, one more to go in Dr. J's room. So I should say at this point, since we seem to be near the end of this level, I will be closing the queue after the completion of this level and the entry of the next code. So this will be last call. And Maestro Run Fast, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And if you have anything to submit, Maestro Run Fast, now would be the time because I just declared last call and we'll be closing up at the end of this one here. And of course, while I was paying attention to that, I forgot to pay attention to the speedrun character of this segment here. So let's not forget to boost with the P-Balloon. Just having this gentle exit there, thinking that, oh, we're near the end. Great, this is effectively just bonus now. And then, oh yeah, we actually do have a speed requirement. That is also synchronized by each segment, which is nice to see. And here we are, not fast enough to get any bonuses at the end, but good enough for me. And yeah, sure, we'll grab the last coin here. So the coins, of course, we'll just use for the checkpoint setup. It's the last one that's just dangling off to the side. Yeah, so we'll punch in the next code, and then we'll close the queue from there. And very nice one, Kaza. Sort of exactly in my comfort zone in terms of what you taught me to do with the P-Balloon on short notice so far. Even a fairly decent clear time, just a double the record, which for a P-Balloon level is actually not bad for me. But I would assume just given the multi-segment nature of this level, that maybe that one's not even that optimized. Oh, maybe it is, because Nugukaza's own clear check time was 3:46, and I don't know how aggressively you were pushing that yourself, but must have been speedy. Okay, let's mark that as a win. And let's pull in next. Unless Mill64 is ready. And then we will close queue after that, and then after we get through the queue today, if we have some time remaining, we'll be going over some of the levels, the older levels from some of the makers that you can expect to see in 5YMM this coming week. Yeah, Mill64, don't worry about the clear check. I'm in no hurry. Just let me know when you want to cash that in. In the meantime, we're going to go back to some punch-out action with Monokuma. We'll see if we do any better on the level today. We didn't finish this one yesterday. And we'll have a rematch with the World Circuit. And oh, yeah, we're not doing a title defense yet. That's going to be extra hard mode. Second pass through everything when Glass Joe starts going to town with you. There is a clear on this, 58-minute clear. And that's after checkpoint, which is incredible because we didn't even hit the checkpoint in this one. So yeah, at this point, the queue is closed. Give me a moment to update the stream title and the bot display and everything like that. So we are not giving any misleading information to the public. And yeah, we'll go through the rest of the submissions from everybody who is here. You just give up if you take 58 minutes after checkpoint. Well, it depends on the level, of course. I mean, I play enough giant Uber puzzles and other such things, and giant multi-checkpoint levels for that matter, that I'm pretty accustomed at this point to seeing gigantic clear times at the very end, including some 99-minute times where the clock just caps out. But yeah, I mean, part of it is that each attempt on this level can go rather long, so. And Kavik, speaking of which, World Circuit. Yeah, Mice Run Fast, we try to keep the garbage ratio relatively low here, although of course on viewer level days that is your responsibility. Okay, fairly quick phase 1 on Ryan, or rather Ludwig this time. Pop him cleanly like that. We'll just try not to get in front of the projectile. And we roughly know how this one's going to go. Just one more hit. As soon as we get him in a position, there we go. Nice and clean. And yes, Kavik, I did mention super long levels. That's something in which certain people here obviously have a vested interest. Okay. Now let's punch this over here. Okay, yeah, do need to anticipate the wigglers slightly. And here we go. Just try to go around a stun lock if we can, and then once I hit more than once, it's easier to hit him the second or third time, I think. As long as our timing is decent on that interaction. Whoops. Here we go. Nope, not quite. Nope, he's still a little bit off-center. Not quite sitting on a switch here. That's okay. Nuke him pretty quickly. And yeah, mice run fast. I think you do have to match the submissions to the audience from time to time. Okay, here's Bald Bulls. This was the one I was having a lot of trouble with because of the mole positioning. We did find that if we take damage, tucking into one corner is fine, but then that does make the fights a little more difficult afterwards, so as we get into the later phase. So let's see if we can actually play this cleanly, you know, while keeping the power up. I would ideally like to find a good timing or a good strategy for doing that. But you'd need a lot more room to drag the moles. I think you just need to go as soon as you have the opportunity. Just drag the mole all the way over. Nope. Yeah, because you need time for the moles to go over and then time to hit the mole stack. We may have to go for the damage boost strategy, which is unfortunate because I would like to show off doing it cleanly if I can. Yeah, maybe we don't need to run all the way over past the center line. I feel like we'll get better results if we don't. Whoops. Taking damage already. Yeah, he's really hard to hit just because you're guiding the moles at the same time that you're trying to rescue yourself in the opposite direction. Nope. Okay, let's do the corner strategy. Just let this guy tuck in. There we go. Yeah, it's too bad that this seems practically required for this one to work, I think. That's a little bit rough, but... forgot to account for his wings. That's the issue. I was going for the same kind of Morton timing as we did in one of the earlier fights, but that did not work out. Okay, let's pop this. And this. Okay, fairly clean as long as we dodge. We didn't dodge. Okay, fine. And then, yeah, plenty of room here. As long as we find a good spot in the pattern. Just like we did here. Okay, let's see if we can get him to go backwards. Hit number 2. Yeah, this guy here, pretty manageable once you have an understanding of how to manipulate his pattern. And stay relatively safe. Yeah, ML64, I mean, with that level, which we saw in an earlier version yesterday, well, hopefully eventually playtested to the point where it seems markedly improved. Okay. Nope. Yeah, a little bit too risky there. Let's not be that aggressive. Okay. Now here's the tricky bit with the Wiggler timing, where we need to anticipate the Wiggler landing way in advance. And then here's the Morton stun lock. Nope, shouldn't have gone for that. Should not have done it. Yeah, still thinking about the Flying Morton segment on the Bald Bull fight, because with the mole stack, because the issue there is that the wings on Morton are going to take him way off screen. Missing the first cycle here, that's unfortunate. Now, a nice thing about Junior's shell form is that you can drag him to the appropriate location. But Junior is actually just going to give me a pretty convenient series of placements here. And so is Ludwig, for that matter, just good bounces. Whoops. No, we'll just go from aggressively and miss. And miss. There we are. Okay, Soda Popinski. Or, as we were discussing previously, Vodka Drunkenski. Back before the Soviet Union collapsed. And before soda exporters started entering the market at the end of the Cold War. Actually kind of an interesting localization choice, in fact, because around a time when Nintendo changed Vodka Drunkenski to Soda Popinski would have been around a time that companies like Coke and Pepsi started entering Russia. I might be off by a few years, but it would have been pretty close. Where is Pizza Pasta? That's a good point. Yeah, this is based on the Wii roster, though. The Punch-Out Wii roster from the series that we've seen so far. Although I don't know if there are any plans in Monokuma to put in Donkey Kong as a secret boss. Yeah. Here we go. Alright, to Bald Bull. Here we go again. Maybe I should just take damage quickly this time to get into the pattern that we want, but let's try to position moles a bit better to try to find a better way to do it. No, let's not. Never mind that plan. We'll just do it this way instead. A little bit cheesy, but the alternative is just so much harder that... Okay. Good prediction that time. And we'll hopefully just bop him fast enough that we don't need to worry too much about a stun lock, which we narrowly dodged, only did I. That's only the third fight. We have 2 more after that, so... Not over yet. Okay, Junior is going to be conveniently placed. That's very nice of him. Ludwig is also going to be conveniently placed, so long as I take a bit of a hit. And, okay, slightly out of position there. Okay, that's too bad. Here we are. I'm going to make quick work of this guy. Okay, back to Popinski. Which they sell at Wendy's, apparently. Okay. Here we go. Wendy's segment is done. Not quite the right timing here. Here we are. Getting better at this. You can definitely feel the effects of some practice after crashing against this for half an hour yesterday. There. much easier to see Morton when he's not flying off the screen, of course. Should have just damage boosted and gone for the third hit, since we had plenty of safety buffer to do so. Now back to the one that was giving us trouble. 400 seconds on the clock, we're actually doing fine. Given that we know there will be a checkpoint. Nope. Okay. Okay, stun lock was thankfully not fatal. Close though. Whoops. Yeah, stun lock is throwing me off the pattern a little bit though in terms of timing. Let's go back and redo it. I think the idea is to, in fact, take a damage boost and then try to knock out the moles while I have invincibility frames, and just knock out as many as I can. And if I do that, maybe I'm able to get over to the Morton phase still with the standard Super Mushroom. Okay. Nope, that was a bit of an issue. Let's pop them like this, though, and that's going to get me through. Soda Popinski. Yeah, I haven't been bringing up the comments for the biographies, of course, but we saw those yesterday, so I'm fine with that. At least for the fights that we've experienced so far. I've not actually beaten the mole fight yet. At this time. And down we go. Nope, miss. Yeah, sometimes the wall bounce here does throw me off somewhat. Morton goes left, perhaps. Morton goes right, perhaps. Not quite. Not quite where we needed him, unfortunately. And yeah, he's a little off-center still. Whoa, okay, nope. Kept thinking I'd hit him, but he was stepping off a little too far to the side. Yeah, when Morton's facing forward towards me, he's not actually within range of the on-off block. I do need him to be facing side to side. Okay. Nice to get a quick series of activations here. 4 clean hits here, 5 clean hits. We're getting better at this fight. Just seeing that we can go right away to catch Junior before things get thrown off center too much. Okay. Thank you for the follow. And can we get Wendy to step on the on-off switch? Maybe. Momentarily, yes. Alright, Wendy's projectiles are not a threat, at least. Okay, there we are. A little bit of patience does work out here. No, let's miss that cycle. Drag the Wiggler back as soon as we can. Nope, still not there. Yeah, just bouncing too far off that wall. Let's get the Wiggler on this side. No. I think the Wiggler, given its current pattern, is only going to hit on the right side. It depends partly on where the Wigglers are positioned when Wendy dies, and then I think they consistently only end up on one side or the other. Okay, we'll hit Morton that way, even though he was facing towards us. That should have been a hit over there, but we were a little late getting into position. Nope. That would have been fine if I were not hit by Stunlock. Yeah, sometimes you get a really good pattern on these guys, sometimes you just don't. There we go. Okay, Bald Bull. Not making excellent time like we did previously, but sure, let's drag over. And we're going to be back to Morton, except this time he's going to fly, and once again, missing the stun lock. Not a lot of headroom to work with when it comes to predicting Morton's position, so just need to watch the wings a little bit better for that phase. And that's as far as we've been able to get today. Okay, here we are. Yeah, good enough. Not ideal, but we can do it this way. And whoops. No, we can't. Yeah, we'll try to at least progress through Bald Bull today. This is hard enough that we may need some more practice beyond that. But some things are getting more reliable, which is nice. That's, for the most part, for the first two fights, we have a good, consistent pattern that allows me to dispatch both of those bosses in a reasonable amount of time. Okay. I mean, I guess they're not really bosses unless you consider every fight in Punch-Out to be a boss, which, I mean, they do have boss-like design, obviously. And Der Bushide Visser, welcome. No, Der Bescheid Visser, I guess. I totally misread that. And yeah, queue is currently closed, but afterwards we'll be doing a bit of a pre-YMM, pre-5YMM show, if time permits. Depends how long things go here, though, with levels that are currently in queue. Everyone butchers your name. Welcome to the club. And yeah, I wish I had remembered or had come up with the idea of clipping streamers trying to pronounce my name back when I first submitted to viewer levels. I heard it. An assortment of everything, and these days I just don't bother correcting them. I just let them say what they want, and it's funnier that way. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll take damage here, but then we'll... No, we do need to hit on the right side, actually. I think. Well, no, the moles will eventually align into the proper position. We just need to wait for this pattern here. I really don't know how to do this any other way, and in fact, this was at least partly recommended by the maker, so I assume Monokuma might even have clear checked it this way. Hey, we got 2 hits, I think, on Morton. And luckily the stomp there didn't catch me totally out of position. Oh, except dodging the stun lock threw off my pattern reading, so... Took a needless death, but that's the closest we've been to getting hit number 3 on Morton in that cycle, so... Getting slightly better at this. Just going to do a quick check of the queue, just so I know how I'm managing things. Okay. Tap that. And we'll just wait for one conveniently placed cycle. Okay, 2 conveniently placed cycles. And put some bounce in his step. No, still not positioning himself very well, but this one here should do it. Soda Babunki, and let's try it once more. Going to miss that first cycle on Wendy, but the early segment of this fight is pretty safe, though. It's just a matter of waiting for the timing. Dragging her over if possible. Yeah, I should be thinking about that center line in terms of which direction we're leading the target. Okay, yeah, the wiggles are big enough that you can hit them on both sides, I guess, depending on how they drop in. That time we got hits on both sides, and that was a nice change from the usual. Morton's also going to drop in very conveniently. And, oh, just a little late there, but we should be able to get that third hit pretty soon. Here we go. Very clean. Got that done with the Super Ball still intact. Electrocute, I'm pretty sure I did close the queue. I closed the queue after Nugukaza's level. And luckily Miss Yarrow is queued already today, and that actually takes care of part of this, because I was going to show off Miss Yarrow level on the stream anyway, and in fact we had picked the same one. So that works out just fine. So as far as time management goes, like that will actually clean things up. Okay. Yeah, we probably need to go for the damage strategy here, as I determined much earlier. And let's see here. And yeah, I shouldn't have gone off to the side there. I mean, although the stun lock would have punched me into that thing anyway. At some point, I also need to go back to that giant Link dungeon by Miss Yarrow, where I was 3 seconds shy of stealing the 9-minute world record from Pink Tops. At some point, we'll go back and do it. I mean, neither of those are optimized, obviously. You see 9 minutes on that thing, and that's definitely not matching the clear check time. But even so, I feel like we have unfinished business with that one, so... At some point, we'll go back. Not today, but at some point. Someone needs to click close to 8 minutes on that. Yeah, I'm sure if somebody actually bothered to map it out, they could do it. I mean, that I was able to get within 3 seconds of a record when I was being fairly sloppy and still taking an intentional death at checkpoint and cutting things short that way. It tells me there's tons of room for improvement, even if I didn't know that we were so far off the clear check. But yeah, even if I do grab a record on that, I would not expect it to stand for very long. Okay. Nope, shouldn't have gone for that. So, given the time we're spending on this Monokuma, I would like to get past a Bald Bull fight, but we will likely not spend much time grinding out whatever comes after that, even if I do beat it today. And I may or may not beat it, so we don't know that yet. But I'd like to clear it, and then we'll take a peek at the next fight afterwards, but I doubt I will progress much further if I die quickly. Come on. Let's get this guy in position. Here we go, that second hit. There we are. And let me just take care of the spam in a moment. The bots are getting smarter. Actually, I just need to update my filters, but that's all there is to it. Yeah, I guess we're going to revert to the standard method. Not really by choice. There we go. Hit number 1 on Morton. That at least prevents him from doing any immediate harm. Whoa. Okay, that's fine. Just out of position to actually hit him. Okay, can we get over there? Nope. One hit away. Yeah, we'll try to make one more good attempt on that last fight. We're getting better at it, but we're still consistently one hit away from completing it. So, just in the interest of getting through to Q, we'll just make another run at it and possibly come back another time to really see this through. Like I was telling Monokuma yesterday, this is a good candidate for something that we might eventually finish on one of the overflow streams. Next time I have an opportunity to run one. Yeah, for anybody relatively new here who doesn't know, every now and then I run an overflow stream, an unfinished business stream to wrap up some of the viewer levels that need a long sitting in order to complete. If we enjoyed them, and if we were already practicing them quite a bit. So that's how we managed to finish some of the harder stuff. We sometimes do it separately, and we do get that recorded if you can't make the stream yourself, so. We'll see if that's the case here. Because this is a lot of fun, it just takes some work. And also some playing around a few of the more difficult segments to hit when things just don't quite go the way you want. Okay. Oh, we hit him out of the stun lock animation, that's nice. Yeah, just need to position him very carefully. And we are through. Making good time here once again. Let's try this again. Let's, yeah, go for that strategy. Push the moles through as soon as I can, so I can try to hit some of them while I'm still in the super mushroom phase. That's not quite going to work out. Whoops, no. I always wonder why I try to chase him. Yeah, I think we'll call it here for now. We got really close with him. We'll have to go back to this one. So thank you for that, Monokuma. I know it's our second attempt on this, but we'll just need to fight it out over time. And we'll get there. We might even beat that 58-minute time someday. But that does tell me that the last fight must be quite something if whatever is post-checkpoint is going to take that long to do as well. We are doing a sub next because Mill64 was entitled to that as soon as the clear check was done, and then after that we're going to go straight down the next list. So Mill64, if you would like to check in, that would be great. And if not, we'll just bring up the next code after that. Doing a little bit of back-end management in the meantime. Yeah, no worries. We probably can't spend as long as we did yesterday, but we'll try to map this out a little more. So Castle Fusion 2, this will be another attempt on this. I'll likely be looking at some of the routes that we had seen already so I can see if anything is different about the ending and whether we can put in a better attempt on it. But of course we'll pay attention to some of the changes along the way if I notice them. It started as a way to give you more time to continue working on the super world. Yep. That's fine. So anyway, here's the segment that's a remake of Castle 3 from Super Mario World. Except without Lemmy. And, oh yeah, pink coin. So that's the other pink coin. Okay. If we manage to keep it past checkpoint... well, I mean, we'll get to checkpoint with it, obviously. But I know where the other one was located in the last version, at least. So we'll be able to see that key door, perhaps. And that will be new content, unless everything has changed, which maybe it has, given how things are gated over here. I see that you're no longer able to go back and forth. Oh, we're missing the checkpoint. That's fine. Let's get the checkpoint, since I got coin 1 there. Sometimes I would just skip that, but whoops. And yeah, let's go through this segment. Thwomp is not going to go up. Oh, I see. Thwomp only reverses to this location. And so this is now completely gated off. Okay, so that's a change from how things were going previously. I think you need to activate an on-off switch in order to unlock that. For the Thwomp to go up. Yeah. And some things have probably altered around that. But less liberal with power-ups this time. Yeah, we did have that power-up room in the previous version, of course, where we could just take our pick. Now, in the previous version, I know the coin was somewhere around here that we tried to obtain using the shell. I don't know if that will still be the case, but let's try to knock that down. No, we used a propeller. If there is still a propeller, which there might not be. There isn't. Okay. Right, because we broke things with a propeller. The issue now, though, without a propeller, I think this might be a death. Unless there's a way to get back out. Like, the crate there looks like a vestigial thing now that doesn't do anything for you. I don't think wall jump is going to get you high enough. In the previous version, there was a propeller located above that crate, and that would get you out. Now there's nothing, and so it may be a death spot, an SD lock, as it were. But that's okay, we can try this with a shell if we really want. Maybe jump a little bit with it. You might have needed to make that part less obtuse, okay. Yeah, because I know I grabbed this with the propeller previously. No, let's not do that. Wall jump here, though. Well, we need the wall jump. It looks like the coin is obtainable with a wall jump. Let's try to do it again. Because, of course, even in the previous version, I had not seen the key door, so... It occurs to me that Thwomp can be beaten there with the hammer, if you're still giving out hammers. But I don't know if that's going to be the case. yeah, we'll just try to do this with a wall jump. Once more. This time, let's actually hug the wall on our way down. There we go. And we'll check around here. We had the mushroom, and I don't know if there will be anything else. Look at that snake block up top. That's clearly reachable somehow. But not with anything that I can see. So maybe that's inaccessible until we do something completely different. Oh, okay. This is in the transitional segment. Is one of multiple paths that takes you here. And we'll go for the power-up room. Is that a secret area you saw there? You mean this one? Yeah, no hammer this time. We'll take boomerang. Now that is going to change how certain things work in terms of locking, like the screen lock at the very end. Yeah, no, I think I know what's going on here. You need to send the thwomp over by raising it first. And I can raise it with the boomerang. That's something I can do on the side. I think if this block goes up, then we just raise the thwomp. And then, thwomp goes all the way over. And then, once the thwomp goes all the way over, we dunk it using this block. Yeah, because previously we just hammered all this stuff, and that worked out just fine. No, I wanted to push it down. How did I hit the on-off switch? Oh, because I jumped into it. That was unfortunate. Let's respawn through here and rethink this. First of all, sliding under this guy. No, not blocking him off. Let's... Oh, he's going to get blocked off in that new location. Let's try it again. Just have to be really careful when I repress the dash button. Okay. Send him over. Ah, no, I see what's going on there. It's the double deflection from the boomerang that's hitting that. So I should stand on top of the on-off switch, not beside it. Otherwise, that will get me into trouble. Or, of course, I can just start from the off position. Nope. Let's do this instead. No, let's not do that. Yeah, a bit of a lengthy interaction to set up for that path, but we'll try to do something about it. Also, I have key death now, so I can't go back to the key door because we lost point 1. So that's something to be aware of, that we do lose the opportunity to take that route after having tried it once. And Nugu Kaza, I don't know which words here are the famous last words, but I'm sure we have said many of them. Oh. Okay, that's not what I wanted as a spawn, but okay, we'll deal with it. Whoops, thought I could make it over. Famous last words, let's try this out. Well, I mean, I say that quite often, and yet we are still here, so... Clearly, we haven't lost too much from a bit of reckless experimentation. And... yeah. It's been a long time since I read any Terry Pratchett, now that you mention it. He's always one of those authors who, like, everybody else around me seems to know his work better than I do. But that's because I'm surrounded by a lot of people who read a lot of Pratchett, so... Anyway, I didn't expect to get a cape from the Magic Koopa. That certainly changes things up a bit in a way that you could not have designed around. Whoops. Let's not accidentally grab the crate, though. Yeah. When you have a Magikoopa in your level, you do need to account, I think, for anything that could potentially break. I don't know if it can break anything yet, but we'll definitely be on the lookout for that. I mean, it's not going to happen all the time, but you have enough blocks for the Magikoopas to work with that every now and then something will occur. Okay, not today, Porcupupper. Oh. I feel like I should try to nuke the Porcupupper. See if we can do it. Maybe not from this position. Hey, we got it. Very fancy. Oh. Not the way to do it. I can see that the brick on top of the bomb can also be broken using the boomerang. I don't know if that is going to be relevant, but we'll try to keep it in mind. Yeah, hold this box. Surprisingly tricky. Okay, what will we get this time? Coins. And so much for that boomerang later on. Yeah, so having lost the ability to get the key, I think we are going to be constrained to this path unless something else is going to get me up to that snake block. And I can see why you would have taken the propeller away, given how it confused a few issues with the ending when we tried it yesterday. But now I really don't know what the crate in the bottom right is for, apart from just being a trap. Okay, more cats. Meow. Okay, lava goes up, lava keeps going up. And lava goes down. Oh, whoops. That's okay, we're still big. We can grab the boomerang at the end of this. Whoops, maybe not. Yeah, because of course it's progressive. And we'll just go through the door, since we can't really do much else there. Okay, this stuff here seems newish. Oh, we don't have a hammer here anymore. Okay, so... that's not going to get me through then. We'll need to puzzle through this one little bit at a time. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's not what I expected, but we'll take it. Nope, shouldn't have done that. We knew it was coming. Reverse of the first part with harder passage, okay. Now let's go through here. I'm going to take the shell with me this time. I hadn't considered that previously. But we can do it. I'm not going to shell jump my way over to the right side. It will not give me enough reach. Crates are going to elevate me. That's fine then. Oh, whoops, lost a shell. That's fine. Means we can't nuke the Porcupuffer with it, but I should be able to survive this. Let's not stomp our way through here with Mushroom. That would be a bad idea. Don't really see what these swamps are all about, but okay. We'll take it. And this swamp is going to get a little trapped here. Alright, now we can stomp down here. No, we can't because 2 tiles. So, right arrow, left arrow. Oh, checkpoint. Okay. Alright, scroll break on the right side. We don't really have anything we can do with that. Oh yeah, pom-pom, okay. Let's try to get out of here first so we can actually fight her properly someday. Pom-pom is going to be clever and get directly onto the crates. That's not going to help her. Okay, so this is where we were running into issues yesterday with the ending, however it happens. I guess we're supposed to just move some of this so the ants can go forward. And then, yeah, you need to make sure afterwards that the ant does not get into an unplayable position. Also, it's going to get crushed. Also, we're going to not get trapped. With the blaster down, though, perhaps we can stack some things on the other side. Maybe not, because stacks are only going to go 3 high. Okay. Let's let Charvarg do its thing. No, let's not. One ant is going to go across. You know, we could have dropped some crates over here, too. Except for that spike. Whoa, okay. Don't quite know how that was going to work. Yeah, the ant is going to push the P-switch by itself. I can. That's... whoops. Let's not forget the mushroom. And let's take Pom-Pom. Pom's gonna Pom. Whoops. Not like that, we don't. Oh yeah, it didn't account for how the on-off switch would take out that column. That's a mild oversight on my part. Yeah, forgot that we would lose those crates by hitting the on-off switch, the ones that are overlapping with the blue column. Okay, let's rush through this and get the 3rd hit. So yeah, we dropped the blaster. Let's spawn 2 ants if we can then. Because the first ant is likely to get crushed. Oh no, P-switch is going to prevent that. Okay. But that should push the blaster ahead of time. And this should then allow us to do an ant escort. We'll stay up, well, except no, because something got crushed. Yeah, it's not the most reliable thing, from what I can see. But having 2 ants is going to help a little bit, as long as we don't get locked out. And sure, we'll just spawn some more ants and see what we can do with that. They're going to go up. They're going to go up. The ants go marching. Hurrah. I probably shouldn't have reversed them both over. No, we have to redo this. And welcome, Spirit Wolf. Okay. Nope. There's more variability to the end part now, but you can finish the level by accident. Interesting. Spirit Wolf, it's going okay. No serious problems that I can see. Okay. Over here. Oh, you can't get it by accident. Okay. Not sure what kind of accidental behavior you were referring to, but then we'll take a look at that redesign and see how it goes. Yeah, I don't know how easily I would be able to tell from a blind playthrough what to do here. I mean, I do know this partly from having played it yesterday and seeing what you did here, but for how approachable it is otherwise, it's hard to say, whoa, should not have stood there. Okay. Pom-Pom once again. Pom-Pom's going to land in the lava, and that's not going to phase her at all. She's just going to continue warping, because that's what she does. Good interaction to know if you have Pom-Pom's safety platform disappearing underneath. Your thought was that you would toss the boxes in the lava to get the P-switch. The P-switch is over a spike, though. So I don't know how safely we can reach it. Especially once we lose the mushroom and can't damage boost. Okay. But yeah, like I was saying, my approach to this is partly conditioned by how we were doing it previously, and so unfortunately that's going to kill this one. No, it's just going to turn it around and require me to redo it. But yeah, I can see what you're saying here, that if we had maybe two crates, like you throw the second crate towards the P-switch, and then you would be able to pick up the P-switch from the side, and that would maybe clean things up slightly. We can try that, in fact. I like it a lot better than the ant method. The crates weren't here in the previous version, and so that's what would have thrown me off about that method. Just let Charvarg do his thing first. Let's let him go left or right, so he's out of the way in that direction. Alright, Charvarg. Let's let you Varg. Yeah, let's do it this way. Much better. Yeah, I can see what the ant method was supposed to do, though, because we had an ant almost make its way over and get that activation. As before, the issue with the ants is that it's not clear until the very end of that you need them for the activation, but I know you're still probably working on this, so one thing to take care of would just be some of the vestigial elements from the previous version, like the crate that was under the propeller location. I don't know what that's doing. And of course, we didn't see everything here. We didn't see things like the snake block that was in the top right of the former propeller room. But it was kind of nice to work out things like the thwomp exclamation mark segments as you intended without the hammer. So, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll see more additions with time. There is a path there, okay. Good to know. Let's go next. Next is going to be Ms. Yarrow. And you are still actually here, that's good to know. Speaking of which, you'll be seeing the trailer soon enough, but we're pleased to reveal that with the 5 YMM levels kind of being uploaded soon enough and everything being officially released in a few hours, that Miss Yarrow, I believe, is going to be featured in this week's set, and so we'll get a look at what's going on as we remain... no, we're actually using Luigi right now, so we'll switch back to the Red Chauffeur sprite as recommended for this experience. Spirit Wolf and Mr. X, yeah, we're closing a little bit early today. I know, Spirit Wolf, that you just had a 20-second speed run, so let's get to the end of the queue, and I will see whether we can slip that in, or if we're really kind of running over in time. But yeah, Spirit Wolf, I know that we had a short thing from you yesterday, and you might have been hopping around elsewhere. That's fine. But for now, I'm going to leave the queue closed, just for the sake of time management. Mr. X the guy... Well, I mean, it wouldn't be 5 YMM anymore if it's next year, right? But if you're interested in the YMM projects, it's a little different every year in terms of how the screening process and the scouting will work. But if you continue to make good levels, people who are in the know may notice you. And I cannot confirm anything else beyond that. I'm not somebody who's running it, so. Habitant Malice. That is a very ominous looking eye. Also, thank you for the follow. And yeah, you had a job modding in Cannibal stream last night. No worries, Spirit Wolf. I know you've got a couple of stream duties all over the place. And so, Mr. X, even the people who would potentially be running it next year would not have announced anything yet for next year's process. So stay tuned, we may eventually reveal something. But right now I have no information, and they wouldn't know that either. Okay, so we're going to drop in here. I was actually thinking if I was leaning left there. No, that's not going to get me here fast enough. Kind of neat that you have this creature here, almost. That's lit up. Okay. So, Ms. Yarrow, I don't know if you've played Yoshi's Crafted World, and if you would know of the axe murderer level that's in Yoshi's Crafted World. This reminds me very strongly of that. The way the spike kind of comes down and occupies that. No, Ms. Yarrow, but you'll have to take my word for it then, that in Yoshi's Crafted World there is in fact an axe murderer level. And that it looks kind of like this. Anyway, on-off switch, grab this. And then we will progress again over to the other pipe. Oh yeah, forgot to switch to the red sprite. But that's okay, that's for the next attempt. And of course, anybody is still free to manipulate that with the channel points as necessary. Okay, so that's blocked off over here. And let's take the pipe. It's not super important, yeah, I know, but it's a bit of added flavor. I guess it didn't affect me previously when I was playing your Link levels, because as the Link levels, you're just the Adventurer sprite. This looks like either a clue or a map. I think it's probably just a clue. Or a crucifixion. One of the two. Peace switch eventually. Yeah, everything here is actually a fairly linear course so far. And I love that lighting effect, such that the center of the P switch is just out of the radius of the P block, rather, just out of the radius of the four surrounding switches. It's a nice little effect. Okay. That's blocked off. we can go up. Snake block up top. And what's that thing on the left that's lighting up? Alright, we'll keep that in mind. And yeah, Mr. X, I'm unlikely to reopen today because we are doing a bit of a double stream where we'll be doing some hand-picked content at the end, so... I sometimes do a reopening, as you know. It won't happen today, though. But that's okay. Thank you for dropping by anyway, and I hope to catch yours soon enough. Let's get over here. And okay, P-switch is going to give me this. And that's going to fill in the cross, also giving me another arrow on the cross, which looks like it is a map now that I look at the central room and how this thing is put together. And the arrow is just pointing things out for me. So yeah, this was blocked by on-off. Well, I mean, everything's going to be pretty linearly managed here, so let's just continue. And we're in the top segment now. Make it through this maze. And yeah, Spirit Wolf, my queue yesterday actually ran really long. It went about an hour longer than I usually do, so... Oh, Axe Murderer. Yeah, just like that Yoshi level I was talking about. Hopefully, Ms. Yarrow, you get to see it someday, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about the instant you see it. But yeah, the music is a nice touch. Nope, I think that was a mistake. We got axed. Okay. Got the off switch here. Got a spike, Psycho Spike chasing us. Yeah, now that I look at it, no, we'll go through here. I don't know if that was a valid location. Yeah, we do need to dodge him a bit. And probably activate all three of these. I think that's the idea. But he's going to be centered there. And then... he's going to go over that one. Oh, right, because constrained by what? Let's take a look here. Seeing how things are put together. And let's grab this. And with all those in tow, the blasters are all going to rise, and that means something can be sent across, probably myself, just going down to the lower pipe. Okay. Anyway, Psycho Spike is just going to, whoops, sit over there and wait for an activation of the on-off switch. It's kind of interesting how the conveyor paces them as well, just to keep things steady. We're going to lower that, and then what happens here? Let's not hit that yet. Can't reach the star or anything else there. I think we just maybe respawn into this room. Let's try that instead, depending on whether breaking the block did anything for me. Yes, it did. Because now that's blocked, and then the blaster is also blocked. Okay. The spike is a little further back? No, maybe not. And Mel64, thank you once again for coming by so long. As usual. I guess we just have to go back. We'll do it on the Monday to Tuesday slot. The levels do release today in a few hours. At, I believe, 5 p.m. Central European and 8 a.m. Pacific, if I recall. If my addition is correct. Getting back up here, did we have access to... what did we have access to previously? We have the key. I don't know where the key door is. I should have paid attention to the cross map. Yeah, oh, Murder Spike is going to get me again. This was progression. And yeah, so Mil64, there'll be a lot of other streamers playing the new 4YM set, but I won't be doing it on the first day. I'll be doing it 2 days from now, I think. Am I counting correctly? Yes, 2 days from now. And yeah, see this once again. Anything different? I didn't actually figure out where the key is going to go. This seems new though. Yes, it does. The vine's over here. And I guess we'll drop this. But I can't actually... oh, yes I can. Yeah, this is really neat. For reasons that I can't reveal yet, it does seem very thematically fitting that Miss Yarrow's submission today is a psycho level. The product of a deranged mind. And yeah, we know how to open the lower gates. We did do that after checkpoint recently. I didn't go past this segment though, so let's go back here and try it again. I haven't been paying nearly enough attention to what we're doing navigationally. And Mamuga, welcome. Mice runs fast, watches a little bit of everybody, I think. Well, everybody who matters. I do need to drop this and escort him, I think. And then let's run across. Oh no, I need to bake this guy, but we'll do that. Nope. He's going to notice. I think I may have missed my opportunity here. But I believe the idea should be that I send him down below, right? Then that lets me get past him. So we need to reset this room, I think, and we'll try it again. And Mice Run Fast, I think Mamuga was also introduced to this stream through a Zero raid. Zero Plans was actually one of the first Mario Maker streamers that I really followed regularly in Mario Maker 2, back before I had a capture card myself. So it's kind of nice to see so much of his community make its way over here as well. So, okay, that's going to bake. It's going to take a while in the oven there, so let's hit this and see what that gets me. Probably pushes that out of the way so I can get out of this pipe. Excellent. And yeah, Mr. X, I mean, most of you here know, I think, that Zero Planes is just a very fun streamer. Okay, let's unlock this. I guess we need to unlock that from both sides, and eventually create a passage that will allow me to go through that blue pipe in the center. So we need to do that on the same attempt because of the cross structure. This is the center of the cross structure. And Mr. X, you sent him an evil level and he enjoyed it much more than he should have. I think Electrodude is talking about his point total here, actually. I think Electrodude may be the point leader on my stream. It might be Meng, but I don't know. Electrodude's been here very much and quite consistently over a long period of time. Yeah, I think he misheard you as saying, or misread you as saying this channel. Whoops. And Mamuga, yeah, we'll grab number 49 in just a moment. Let's just get through this door first. And set the ambience properly. Especially next to this cross. Alas, poor Yorick. Okay, let's do this. Mamuga requests number 49. We haven't done this in a while. Just give me a moment here. Need to take a sip of my beverage first just to clear my voice. This is a very good selection for viewer level purposes. Sonnet number 49. Against that time, if ever that time come, when I shall see thee frown to my defects, when as thy love hath cast his utmost sum, called to that audit my advised respects. Against that time when thou shalt strangely pass, and scarcely greet me with that sun, thine eye, when love converted from the thing it was, shall reasons find of settled gravity. Against that time do I ensconce me here, within the knowledge of mine own desert, and this my hand against myself uprear, to guard the lawful reasons on thy part. To leave poor me thou hast the strength of laws, since why to love I can allege no cause. Thank you for that, Mamuga. I don't think I'd done that one on stream before at all, in fact. So, good pick today. And it's a nice way for me to also pick up some of the ones I know less well. Okay, so that's a nice setup here, that once you have both sides down, that of course lowers everything necessary for the Muncher to get the crush on the central spike. That's a nice setup. And of course that drops you in here. Also notice the entity blocking, or projectile blocking rather, that prevents the spike from launching a spike ball at you. That's a nice touch on top of that. Oh, helicopter time. Okay. I guess we have to hijack the helicopter. Probably no way we can do any kind of bonus on top of the rotor if we wanted to do something quite dangerous with the helicopter. Mamuga, is loss pronounced the same as laws? Not really. I think people end the consonants a little bit differently, like they have the more of the Z consonant at the end of laws. Loss and laws. Yeah. Well, Habitant Melis. Thank you for that, Miss Yarrow. Nice finish as we evacuate out of there, like we did back in Mogadishu. Under no circumstances are you going to see Mario Maker citizens evacuated from the roof of this level. Okay, so thank you for all the GGs. Let's see what is next. I think XD Christian needs to check in. I don't know if they're still here. Seems like some of the people at this stage of the queue signed up long ago because we had taken so long with some of these levels. Just to give you a sense of who is going to be after that, Christian... Oh no, I forgot to clear Miss Yarrow's code with a win, so we'll do that too. And then we'll check for Bermuda Bacons. Yeah, mark that as a win. Bermuda Bacons, if you would like to check in, we'll take a look at your code. I do see Bermuda listed as being in chat. So this will be first call. And I do 2 calls for people who are listed in the chat just in case they're AFK. So we will shuffle over to Electrodude next if we don't get a check-in very soon. And Electrodude just submitted Samuel's code. So we'll take a look at that. Okay, let's rotate that. We'll do a second call later on. Okay, Samuel. Yeah, we'll pick something comparatively short, probably. Oh, there's one here that's inspired by Mang. That might be a good choice for today, actually. Maybe we can save this one for Halloween. And Mang doesn't see Electrodude here. That's okay. We'll still play this because this was inspired by Mang. And so having one of you here is good enough. And the thing is that it's not like Samuel is here to witness this. Contest 33. Let's take a pee. And you played this, okay. And we'll actually switch back to Luigi for continuity with the reward that was cashed in long ago. Who made this level? This was Samuel. I've played almost all of Electrodude's levels, all of the ones that I can handle. And so he sends me some other recommended makers now. That usually works out quite well. Of course, we're going to fool around here for a bit just to see what we can do. Hang on. Before we actually enter the castle, look at this door. That's a... whoops. Suspicious looking door. Hang on here. Okay, maybe I can't. But we know about that door at least, and so maybe that will eventually get me something. No, actually, let's see if we can do a jump over to that right side block and wall jump again. Yeah, we can totally do that. We can make it. Just need to land that a little bit better. Nope. I was hoping to ground pound there, I just missed. There we go. And sure, let's grab this. Hopefully not fall all the way back down. This is just the top of the world. And we'll check this. And contest 33. A little bit of an Easter egg here. Let's not die to the Easter egg. Let's check the cloud this way. And okay, it's safe. Because this bonus room is going to be nice to us. Alright, down we go. This looks like a throw marker. And that looks like a P-jump after that. Long jump into that? Probably. Interesting. I may be misreading that completely. Long jump, P-jump. I don't know about that. That looks suspicious. But I can't see that it could be anything else. But yeah, the P-jump though can't really be it, I don't think. Because in that position that we're seeing there, it's actually not it's not far enough, I think, in order to get me safely across the icicles, but yeah, we actually need to throw the P quite a ways further, I think. Climbing over to building at the start, I did, Mr. X. We already saw the bonus room. We've already done that once. Oh, if you keep the P momentum, yeah, maybe. Oh, that's quite nice, actually, if you do manage to do it. There's a creeper over there, okay. And yeah, we did see the bonus room. That's done, so let's try to keep the momentum. And not to grab the P from the side. That's not the best thing we can be doing there. And there's going to be a Piranha Creeper bit after that. We'll see what that's all about. And yeah, let's think about losing a bit of height. Not quite the same thing as a Minecraft Creeper, but well, we'll see what else we can do with that. We'll probably have to try to long jump out of that one there. Long P jump, can you actually do that? Let's long jump first of all, and then we'll ask ourselves that question. Arrows are a long jump. Yeah, it looks like it. Just understanding the system here. Because people do have a few different forms of notation for this. But I think we can manage it. You think double arrow is a long jump? Well, I mean, we have a single arrow here, and that's definitely a long jump. But we'll see. I mean, I don't really tend to read indicators well anyway, no matter what system people wind up with, so... Anyway, let's go back and we'll try it again. Okay, should have continued the wall jump after that on both of those bricks, and then that gets me across to the exclamation block. Okay, I see what's happening. I wasn't exactly sure what the bomb detonation was going to do, given that we hadn't seen the exclamation block pattern yet. Nope, still a little bit too low in that. I just need a better and higher wall jump there. You meant a double arrow is the commonly used indicator for wall jump. Okay. Because I've seen some other levels that kind of use their own standard. Like there's a guy who used to send me lots of 3D World stuff that used a double coin, actually. Now that was satisfying. I needed to grab a P, though, out of that pipe. I didn't know where that was supposed to happen. No, I'm supposed to grab the P that lands on the left side of that on-off spike, rather than jumping on top of it. Didn't understand that at the time, but we'll do it next. Yeah, so I just need to jump cleanly over that one, hold the P, jump on the next P, and then drop. Okay. Yep, we found it from experience much earlier in the stream that doing the P jump while I'm holding an object is something that's a little awkward for me in terms of the timing. I don't tend to press fast enough for that. But we'll try to correct for that. And finish the rest of this accordingly. have to get back over there first, though, and we'll see what we can do. The bit with the P stacks, though, like that downward staircase followed by the big stack, that was actually quite satisfying to land. Like right here. You can get a cleaner P jump when you just have a stack to work with. And yeah, Spirit Wolf, we have been missing. That's just been happening today. Nope. A bit low. Okay, down we go. Yeah, just missing the P jump, and then we drop and then we land on the P after that. That's going to be tricky. Surprisingly high clear rate for this, and given the tricks involved. But it might just have selectively reached a very good player base. Nope. That's not going to do it. Yeah, because you'll need to drop everything, then you have an icicle drop, and then... Maybe there's not much more, but... We'll see. Whoops. Because, yeah, record 41 seconds. So this is actually going to be a fairly extensive level. Given how action-packed all of this is, moment to moment. Yeah, because we're making it probably about halfway, about almost 20 seconds in. And so we've got lots more to do. As long as we turn some of the corners along the way, of course. Yeah, but definitely that P jump while holding the P, followed by a P drop later, that looks like it's going to be quite a bit more challenging than everything else we've had to execute so far. Also, 3 pink coins here. We don't know what those are for yet. We'll eventually have to pick up on that. Okay, up we go. Nope, not enough of a bounce. We'll hopefully improve on that with time. And up. And down. Nope. The spin is probably not good for me. It's actually angling me sharply down. That's something with 3D World that we do know, but I often don't correct for very well. Okay. Let's go. And back up. What did I say about that twirl? Let's not do it. I'm also leaving the P-stack late now, I think. I had a much better departure on that before that would get me slightly further to the right. And we're no longer doing that. Now that's too early. So, not quite the correction I wanted. We're mostly okay up to that point, though. Most of the time. Most of the time. can see. Definitely a few things can be improved. Okay, that one was a little bit unfortunate. Alright, up we go. Whoops. Okay, starting to slip just a little bit here, but let's clean it up. Probably just throwing late. That's the thing about throw markers. I always find them ambiguous, even with the track markers in the standard styles. Because depending on the maker you're playing, what they actually mean about the alignment inside the box can be slightly different. You know, in terms of whether you're aligning the player or the object or something in between. There can sometimes be a little bit of inconsistency between different people, even if there is a fairly well-established standard expectation. A level can occasionally throw you off that way. But then, like I said, reading indicators is not my forte. Whoops. Okay. Here we go. And yet, tried to get the P-jump again. As you can see, we have coin number 1 on the other side of that icicle. We'll see what happens on our way there, because there's quite a lot we don't know yet. All kinds of momentum here. Still not getting the P-jump. Yeah, we need to do the P-jump early. That's the thing I have to keep in mind, that I just don't press the jump button as fast with the base of my thumb as with the tip. I'm always just a little bit behind, so... we have to adjust around that expectation. I don't know if it's a common problem at all for people who have to do things like P-jumps while holding an object. Because usually when you're holding an object, you don't need to be quite that time sensitive when it comes to landing the jump button itself, or something like a bounce, for instance. So this one here does seem unusually precise. Okay, back up we go. Nope, same mistake. Always late. Yeah, that one's consistently going to be a roadblock. That is going to create some issues for completing the level. Nope, trying to do the drop there, but we just didn't get the release done properly. Rather precise series of inputs that we need to do there just to make that happen. And in very quick succession. Okay, down we go. You had a lot of trouble with the P-switch drop, well, as you can see. So am I. Whoops. It just happens so fast after the P-jump. It's just a bit of a difficult thing to execute. I mean, I find that usually with things like soft drops or up throws on very short notice that it's likely to be a problem. I actually wonder if the clear rate on this is so comparatively high, given the skill requirement, because the P-jump by itself is going to weed out some people right away. Like, some people who don't know how to P-jump are just going to instantly skip, right? Nope, tried to do a down drop and that did not work. It's not the right sequence. If you hit the P-switches again, though, you do manage to get up to the next part. Yeah, this is all very quick. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Nope. We need to collect all 3 coins and then drop into the warp block. That's very clear. What's not clear is how to do all of that in time. But we managed to get there, which is important, especially if we have a checkpoint at halfway, which might be the case. That does look like it's about the halfway mark. Whoops. Yeah, Electrodude, I was thinking about that at the very last minute, the high spin. But at the time, that was just a little bit of a first reading panic on that section, just to flail about and see what happens. Nope. Yeah, I don't really have the muscle memory for a lot of object drops on short notice. Like soft drops in midair. It's one of the things in the game that I do consistently have trouble with in all styles. But a lot of things that require manipulating your controls in midair while you're also either holding an object or holding a jump. Those things I find troublesome in general. Same with things like, for example, the Link diagonal shot. That's a strong example of something similar that gets me into trouble. Okay. Okay, checkpoint. Oh, dash panels. Interesting. Okay. And yeah, this part I remember from Bang's level. This dash panel plus P combination. And that's fairly readable, in fact. But I do need to leave the P a little bit early. That's actually the same mistake I made when I played Bang's version of this tech. Yeah, but a thwomp drop here is pretty satisfying. Oh, pull back. Okay, no, that's just pulling back, but then you still need to face in the right direction for the dash panels down below. Whoops. So I do need to think about that. Yeah, 10 coin at the top is just for if somehow you still have a P-switch activated, which is interesting. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, probably because you go through this segment. Yeah, we came through the warp block. You go through the segment, you probably have a P activation, come through the door, then that will allow you to go up here, get the donut block, and drop in and get into the pipe. So we'll have a P-switch activated at the end of the segment and probably come through the door to repeat and drop through the pipe as our one and only valid exit. And that's a long jump. Long jump, and then you go up, and then, yeah, to the left, and then we need to hold up into the door. Easier than the last segment, I think. Just because you don't have to do so much object handling. Not missed a long jump, though, coming off the dash panel at the very end. Okay. And here we go. Yeah, I need to pull back a little more aggressively so we don't hit the icicles, but I do need to face right when I land on the dash panels or things will not go well. Tried a long jump once again, didn't quite make it. I see there is a P jump at the end of that long jump as well. Okay. And then we push into the pipe. Very generous in that P-switch to stay active for that long. I was thinking that we would be getting into some trouble there. Okay, now having seen the second segment, now I can understand why the clear rate is quite a bit higher. Because the major issue is that object handling in the first section. So, got past the second half decently cleanly, in fact, if you look at the time that we put on this. Mark it as a win. And thank you for that suggestion, Electrodude. Second and final call for Bermuda Bacons. And then after that, we will move on. Okay, let's remove. And yeah, we're going to run way over time again on today's stream. But these things happen. Mice run fast, you are here. Let's take a look at whatever lies on the other side of this code. Judge Glory, a glorious castle. The first Judge Glory level for the first Judge Glory contest. Okay. Seems like there is going to be some kind of backstory here, and you'll have to fill me in. This is from... oh, very recently, in fact. This week. It's a monthly contest, okay. SMB2, yeah, we'll break all this stuff. Get over here, I said. Probably needed to get on top of the Koopa stack before it expired, but okay. Yeah, I need to account for how I'm being dragged. Or not being dragged, depending on what I'm standing on, so let's keep that in mind. Snake blocks don't drag me. The skull platforms do. Whoops. And I need to just go fast over to Koopa. They're not doing September because they're doing a collab contest in October, I see, okay. So a monthly-ish contest. A sometimes monthly contest. Whoops, missed that again. That seems optional. Yeah, I just need to account for the drag of the skull platform. And something was supposed to happen here, and I did not get it, so... And I didn't have the key because I missed the snake block activation. The snake block gives you the key. I was wondering what the key was for, but that does explain it, and does tell me that as soon as I missed that, I was going to be in somewhat big trouble here. Yeah, because that gives me the crush for the key. We go down, and then we need to be fairly quick about this. Oh no, we need to get on top of that platform, and so Okay, I think the required damage from the thwomp is the thing that was throwing me off there, because I was wondering if there was something to interact with that would get me over some different way, and so that's why I was waiting and hesitating there, when clearly the answer is to go faster. And, whoops. Get on top of that key door as soon as you can. Now, you're allowed to take 2 points of damage as you enter the key door, so at that point the expectation is that you have lost SMB2, and that you're also going to lose the Super Mushroom as you get to the door. Whoops. Yeah, the backwards jump off of the skull platform, the skull raft, is giving me a few problems, as we can see here. That's okay. That's a much better controlled jump, in fact. Taking advantage of the SMB2 jump to control my direction. Then we come over here. No, we need to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, the timing there is a little bit difficult to work out, I think, because previously I was going late. Now I'm going early. That interaction is, in general, just a little bit strange. So we'll go back there and try to do that cleanly. Yeah, this goes down and then we have to go down diagonally. I got dragged. Nope, that was off-center. You go out the back of the skull. Okay, I have no idea how I was supposed to read that, I think. Now, that time was fine, except I was off-center for the drop at the very end. And didn't manage to make it into the key door, even though I was holding up, so... We'll see, because I know that the diagonal tracks near the end are trying to tell me something. And maybe that was trying to signify to me the recommended direction. But I definitely did not understand that on first reading. Particularly with these tracks going forward. But that's okay, let's... Oops. There we go. Bit of a weird exit, but we got it. We got checkpoint. Okay. Seems like we just need to do that a bit faster. Activate the block first before we bounce. Yeah, I wasn't sure with both of these coins here what the recommended order would be, so let's just try to make it happen either way. Arrow shot. Or so it looks. Oh no, I needed to be big there to punch my way through. Okay. Yeah, I think deciding when to take required damage is one of the trickier things here that isn't really as intuitive as it could be, I think. Yeah, diagonal there seems to be indicating that I jump over, and then the curved thing, the quarter circle, that is often also used for the arrow shot, is just telling me to pop those bricks with the mushroom. Parachute indicator, parachute indicator. Okay. Yeah, I guess it sort of looks like one. Oh, no, it's just indicating a thwomp has a parachute. Okay, okay. So you don't try to dash all the way through. You see, this is how you know I don't really play a lot of levels with indicators. But I can see why that would help for the thought in certain circumstances. Yeah, we need to do that a lot better. Just as a matter of timing, just need to maintain some momentum, go all the way over. We'll see if we can make it happen. Nope. Yeah, I was trying to match the track this time, but again, it can be a little bit ambiguous if I should be matching my feet or my head or something in the middle to that, so. It's a bit tight to get around that thwomp, but we'll try to make it work. Oh, whoops. And yeah, I see that we're raising Bowser up a little bit at a time. Okay, here we are. Okay, got that, finally. And then too slow, because I need to get back on top of the thwomp before I get scrolled off. So yeah, I just need to get on top of the same row as the thwomp a little bit earlier than we're doing, because I'm clearly losing quite a bit of time before we get up to that point. Okay, here we are. I hit this. Nope, didn't make it over. Oh, okay, no, I wasn't reading the panels accurately. Yeah, I like the general structural idea of escorting Bowser with you. That's a lot cleaner if we just run directly on top of the jump block. Pow is going to take out that muncher. Allow me to weave across. That takes out the thwomp. And then we come up here, and then I see the key is on top of that final element there, which is going to be activated by Bowser once we hit the final on-off switch. And at that point, the scroll has stopped, which is fine because it means that we're in a less time-sensitive situation. Or so it seems. Okay, so definitely some things I'm cleaning up here with how I'm playing this, like running this location. Just hot-footed over here. Plop down. And then all the way back up. Okay, very nice of Bowser to just give me that. And I'll read what you're saying about the potential cheese in just a moment. In terms of getting the switch quickly could kill Bowser as he passes the blocks. Oh, I see, by intercepting him. I don't know if we can get a double tap quickly enough to do that, but yeah, he gives you the key, and he gives you the key with the note block at the very end, at the top of the stack, so. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of things here that you run into some clarity issues on first reading, I think, especially with the parts that do require you to take damage. But the concept, in terms of how you structure the big ascent through the end, is pretty nice. I think we managed to figure that out without too much trouble. Yeah, but definitely, I think sometimes, you know, making decisions about whether you are locked and whether you have to take damage can be a little bit difficult to signal in a way that players are going to read consistently, especially on a blind run. So hopefully we gave that a decent showing, and thank you once again for the submission. And yeah, Nukaza, it is one of those things where you don't really know how that segment is going to end, and if you think that there's a key door coming, it is a reasonable assumption that Bowser gets killed in the end, and that doing the double tap on the on-off might be something worth trying. So I think if you do that, you do find out a little bit late that it's not going to work, although the timing is tuned tight enough that maybe you don't have much time to double tap and survive anyway. So let's mark that as a win. Nugu Kaza is going to close out the queue with a second submission today. So, like I said, I mean, we are running super long in this stream, but I will be staying on for a brief segment, a comparatively brief segment afterwards, where we show off a couple of extra levels at the end. I won't have time for very many, unfortunately, but we'll do some. Playtesting, the blue pipe skips sections so we can actually see some other sections if we die repeatedly. Let's take a look. Mang, your big brother is visiting and you're forced to play Call of Duty. Well, I hope you exploit all of Call of Duty's momentum mechanics vigorously. And thank you for dropping by, Mang. Yeah. Mang69. Okay, yeah, we have to circle around. That's how to do it. Let's restart it. We don't want to skip yet before we try a section properly. You do need to go pretty fast, though. I don't know if you can get it on first cycle, but I would assume it's designed with the expectation that a good P-ballooner would be able to do it. Yeah, and you do have to go on the left side. Pretty sure. Let's wait for the second cycle so we have a bit more room. Save the first cycle method for the P-balloon pros. I think I can do it on second cycle. I feel like there is enough room as long as I turn the corner a little better than I'm doing. And nope, still not doing that smoothly. However, yeah, there should be a P-balloon check at the end of this. Yes, because it's the slope. Slope acts as the P-balloon check. Nope, still too high. Not turning the corner very well. Let's wait this out. Nope. Too tight around that to bend that time. Let's get over here. Nope. Yeah, definitely have to make some adjustments as we go. Slopes are the most elegant check, but they can be cheesed with the power or P switch, if you have one available, of course, which you can control. Yeah, it still has some trouble rounding to bend here, so we'll try it. Yeah, the central concept is quite nice, though. I always like cloud tech in this game that is constrained within the horizontal scroll boundary, because you can get some really nice, predictable, cyclical movement with them, just given their camera-locked property. So, nope, too much momentum going around a bend still. I feel like the spacing of this probably is within my ability, but I do need to be a bit more careful around turning the corner. And yeah, we'll probably skip ahead a little bit in just a few attempts, given that I am once again going way over time on this stream, but we'll see if we can make that happen. Yeah, that's gonna go left. Nope, still not turning that corner very well. I always fail to account for just the turning radius of the P-balloon when you do have some momentum going in, so. Nope, still not aligning myself to that 2-tile high gap quickly enough to take that as a straightaway. Anyway, everything's going to pass back here. There we are. We can do it. Okay, glad we have some time to read this in advance. We have the 50 coin and... yeah, we can respawn through here. No more P-balloons though, right? Seems not. So it looks like we'll do a skip then. I'm just trying to see how you have that set up though. Perhaps through that door if we have a P-balloon going into that. So yeah, we'll do the skip. And let's see here. Nope. Yeah, right now I know this is just a bit of a test piece where flow is temporary, so I'm not going to get too trapped up in some of the temporary clunkiness of the resets, but let's see how close we can get here. Yeah, fairly close up, in fact. Although I do need to boost a little bit further to get across there. Your goal is to make the tricks not super hard for a lower rating and team precision. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nowhere near some of the things with one block margins that you have in other levels. Like the cloud segment in the first room I thought was fairly approachable, so... This one, I don't know, because of the icicles, there is a bit of spacing here that I need to plan around and need to read as being in that bit of overlap with the P-balloon artwork that is not actually within its hitbox. It should look like it's poking the P-balloon and puncturing it, but it won't actually do it. As I try to slip in that particular corner. But yeah, you don't really have much time to adjust into it. You do need to gun your way up to that corner and hit that coin quickly. There we go. Now the coins do give you safe destinations as far as I can tell, and we just went a little too far. And yeah, if we can make it around that bend safely, that's pretty much that room solved. There we are. Nope, tried to slip in. We have a little more space than that, actually. We do have about a tile and a third of space. And so, it's not really that claustrophobic, and I should plan ahead to inch my way over slightly before I do the next part of the light pattern. Just gonna inch my way over. Yeah, there we go. And then, now, we can go down. Whoops, too far. But yeah, once you do that, then it's just a bit of a precision check on a diagonal, and then you can get out of there. So I feel like we can do it. Now, one spike should move over the left one to give you move lineup space. Let's see if I know which spike you're talking about. The one top left of the coin, or a different one here? Not exactly sure which one you meant. Yeah. By the coin, yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, there we go. Oh, nope. Was trying to tilt myself towards the diagonal and it took me too far. Yeah, the spike to the top left of the coin, and its symmetrical partner on the other side. I thought that would probably be the one that would give you a little bit of space for the turning radius. Okay. Yeah, because you can see how close I get there just by trying to reposition. Okay, let's, whoops. I am trying to tap the diagonal here. It is a little bit tricky. Because as you can see, the diagonal tap is straightening me out a little from time to time. And there we are. Okay, I guess we wait until everything's been eliminated to the point where I can reach the key on the left. And so yeah, we'll respawn from checkpoint. Okay, it's going to be a little tricky to watch where to hit. Also, yeah, we can't be hit by the mushroom either, obviously. But having all that open up will be nice. We should guide the Magic Koopas to open up the left deliberately and then open up the right. I think that if we think about that as our intended strategy, we will be able to finish this a little faster, especially once we realize that having an opening means that they can't transform anything else in that location. Which means we can now fly over this way. And, okay, good. Red Koopas are a good choice here because they will actually stay in position. We like Red Koopas. And then now it's just a matter of actually making it there. There we go. Sneaky, sneaky. Now, do I want them on the right or do I want them on the left? I want them on the right. And, okay. I wonder, because if I do a spin jump there, I think I actually am able to get up to checkpoint without the P-balloon, right? If I'm understanding that correctly. Let's skip. Yeah, we'll see. Nope, not quite making that timing either. Okay, here we are again. Nope, too aggressive. Okay, going to jump up here. Let's do the spin jump technique again if we can. Yeah, I'm guessing that's not necessarily going to stay. I mean, I certainly appreciate having that available, but now we need to figure out how to do this. We need to get into the bottom layer and then gun it over. If we just go and zoom all the way to the left as long as we straighten out, because the one-way panel will do the rest for me. Nope. More lineup area at the top here would be nice. Yeah, maybe so. Hey, we got it. There we go. Alright, thank you for that, Nugukaza. I hope that was a useful test. Just to see where a player that is in my bracket of people in precision, or lack thereof, what I'm able to handle. Yeah, I like the ideas here a lot. I think it's just a lot of the fine-tuning to spaced things out to make them approachable. The Magic Koopa fight I thought was quite interesting. Although we got a bit lucky there with the red Koopas, and that red Koopas would at least stay in place. Because I definitely found that getting to the key door, once all the projectiles are flying around, was a bit difficult to position otherwise. But anyway, thank you very much. Let's mark that as a win. Now at this point, I believe the queue is empty. So that's going to be the end of the viewer level segment of this stream. I'll be taking a very quick break, and then the stream is going to continue with a few, not very many, a few of the levels by some of the makers that you can expect to see in 5YMM. Some of the uploads are going up already, of course, but the official release of the trailer and the level codes will be in a few hours. I think about, I want to say 6 hours from now, maybe? I can't tell time. So, you have that to look forward to in just a moment. We'll be taking a short break and we'll be right back. See you again very soon, and thank you once again to everybody who submitted levels today.